Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to the summit today. I am Jenna Charlton, and I'm joined by my co-host, Javy Martinez. Javy, do you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. Hi, Jenna. Thanks for taking the time to introduce me and the summit. I'm really excited to get to meet all the wonderful speakers. My name's Javy Martinez. I'm from Dallas, Texas. Like Jenna said, I'll be co-hosting the two-day summit today and tomorrow. And I am a longtime entrepreneur, startup advisor, and event host for early stage startups. So, thanks again.
And for those of you who don't know me, because that's actually probably a lot, I am Jenna Charlton. I am a product owner for a startup called Functionize. And we are kind of trying to disrupt the software test automation space. And I'm new to the startup world. So I'm really excited to get to learn new things today. Because while I spent a lot of time in the tech world, this is, a new foray for me into kind of the startup side of the world. So let's see. So one of the first things we're going to do today is get a brief welcome and introduction from the kind of founder of the event, Andrei. But before we get there, I'm really curious from those in kind of who are watching at home or wherever you are in the world, what are you excited to learn today? Because we've got a really interesting lineup of speakers, and if you put in the chat kind of something you're excited to see or to learn or to discover today, or maybe even a speaker that you're really excited to see speak. Because as somebody who speaks in the tech circuit, I definitely know that there are people who it's like, oh my gosh, this person is speaking. I can't wait to hear from them. Abby, is there anybody for you?
Um, I agree, but one of my longtime friends, Taylor Ryan, who will be speaking here. Secondly, very excited. He always brings the fire. Always has such great keynotes. So I'm really looking forward to him and honestly every other speaker. For me, I think we're all a student of the game. So I love these types of events because I constantly learn something new. So I hope everyone can take something valuable and hopefully implement it into what they're doing today.
Absolutely. Yeah, all of the talks look great. As somebody who is specifically in the product space, there are a couple of folks that I'm really excited to see their talks because, those are specifically what I do. But everything looks really interesting and being new to the kind of finance side of things, I have a feeling it's going to be like a fire hose of new information I've never heard before.
Yeah. I'd love to also learn where everyone in the world is. Like I said, I'm in Dallas. Jenna, where are you at?
I'm in Cleveland, Ohio, so a little
Amazing.
jealous of the Dallas weather.
Yeah, I can't complain much.
Although Dallas has good sports too, because you've got basketball and you've got football.
Yeah, we definitely football. Everyone knows who the Cowboys are. That's for sure. America's team. So
I don't know. I think the Browns might be America's team. I'm just saying, the lovable underdogs.
that's
Um,
funny.
it's interesting.
Well,
Oh,
I know you mentioned that Andrei, the founder of the summit, will be speaking first. So I think he'll be joining us here in a few minutes. But is there, any one thing that we really, I encourage our audiences to, be engaged as much as possible. So constantly be asking questions. We'll be looking at the chat, Jenna and I. So if you have any questions for the speakers, feel free to put them in the chat box, and we'll see if there's time at the end to ask these questions. If not, I encourage you to connect with all the speakers offline, whether it's on LinkedIn or Twitter. Continue the conversation, even though you only get X amount of time here today with the speakers.
awesome. Thank you so much, Javi. And the founder is here, Andrei Kasyanau, and we are very excited to bring Andrei on to kind of kick things off today. For those of you who aren't familiar with Andrei, he is the co-founder and CEO of Glorium Technologies. He has over 20 years of experience helping tech startups really get their teams started using agile product development practices. And he really believes that with the right practices in place, you can reduce time to market by a significant amount. So I'm very, very excited to be joined by Andrei.
Hello, guys. I'm definitely also happy to be here. Thanks for a good introduction. Very good. So you hear me okay, right?
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
all
we
good.
can hear you and we can see you.
All right. This is great. So I can kick it off, I guess. Right. So what I can say, well, welcome everyone, and I'm happy to finally open our startup summit, funding and beyond. It's interesting, but it's been there in making for quite some time, but it's finally here. We actually had to postpone it 2 times, so it's our third attempt. However, funny, it sounds actually first time we had to move it because of the logistical reasons. But the second time is actually we had to move it because of the war. So everyone, you guys know what's happening in Ukraine, and Glorium Technologies, majority of our operations actually, and most of our personnel is located in Ukraine. So we were impacted quite a lot during the first weeks since the war has started. And our operations were impacted, but right now everything is more or less stable. So, but the point is, we had to move like this, second time our summit. But finally, everything is fine. We're back to more or less business as usual, and even we have organized the summit. Everything is going well. All right. So on the what to expect from this summit. I want to give actually the long answer, and together with the answer on why we created the summit and why we're doing all of this. So already, I already had a good introduction on who I am and what company does, but still, so for Glorium, we not only help to develop the digital products, but also when we speak with a lot of startups, a lot of companies, as we help them in their developments, we help with product management, with compliance, with certifications. There are different lines of services that we do in Glorium. We also do the business consulting. We even provide the sometimes at the bridge investments and guidance for the startups to bring them to the next level. And naturally, we hold many conversations with founders, with investors, with product owners, and many of them are actually concerned about the approach the startups take for growth, about how the execution is being organized and being followed. And we naturally engage in a lot of the conversations on how to properly build the company, the culture, how to grow the product, the buying community, where to invest first in order to maintain the highest efficiency. And of course, all of those topics bother a lot of people in the startup world. And this is kind of the things that we deal on day-to-day basis, and we are seeking for this event to uncover. But now you'll say that there are many other conferences on this topic, on the topic of startup development and funding, and you will be absolutely right. And not only that, but I actually enjoy visiting those events and listening to the latest trends. And that's good. So pandemic effects are finally being washed away bit by bit, and we start opening up, and already enjoying visiting some of the events personally, physically. But on majority of those big events that are happening around the world is actually, the problem is twofold. First, the speakers are mostly there to promote I don't know, I just feel at times to promote the speakers or to promote their products or to promote themselves rather than to deliver a value to the crowd. And they also mostly speak on the very high level topics that have very distant relation to the needs of the actors in the startup world, to the people that actually are doing the business on the day-to-day basis and building the digital products. And also those events, I just know that now anywhere you go, anywhere, anytime you talk, with the startups, they all focus on the problem of raising the funding and all related activities. Basically, majority of them concentrate around the topic on how to get money fast and easy. But after actually the record funding rounds that happened last year in 2021, it appears that the startup world is actually significantly shifting the interest from how to get money to how to better spend them. And so getting money is no difficult task anymore. With the proper operation, with the proper preparation, and the good plan, a decent plan, you're almost guaranteed to get funded. I will just throw in some numbers, but according to Crunchbase, over the course of 12 months in 2021, just in the US alone, only in the United States, investors put almost $330 billion into the startups across all of the stages. And that's actually the number itself, the absolute number is not that much often. Well, of course, it's interesting. It's a huge. But what's interesting is the dynamic of it. This is actually an increase by 92% over the year of 2020 levels. And the 2020 itself was almost double from the year 2019. And more than that, but the trend looks like the trend actually continues, the dynamic continues, because the year ended on a very high note as well, with fourth quarter investment actually totaling almost $89 billion across all of the stages, making it actually the spendiest quarter of the year in the entire history. Okay, so with all those massive investments poured into the tech startups, now it's a logical question that we have actually the series of logical questions that comes into light. How this money is being spent? Where do they go? It's a massive amount of money, and what is the expected outcome from all of this? Will the trend continue? And well, the answer very much depends on the outcome of those record investments. So as I said, right now, the focus actually has shifted more towards the question on how to properly spend all of those massive resources to achieve the highest efficiency, because so much will depend on this. So understanding all of this, all of those trends, and all of those questions that are popping up, we sat down with our marketing team and decided to organize this kind of event with a little bit of a different focus than what I am observing in the rest of their market around startup development. Number one, we are looking to get the information from the startup players, from the startup players to the startup players. Basically, the actual information that the startup players really need. And number two, we focus on what happens after you receive the money, not before, not how you receive the money, but what happens after you receive the money. Basically, how do you properly spend them? How do you answer all of those interesting questions on the execution? And as I mentioned, we decided to organize a conference with where the actual people involved in the startup business on a day-to-day basis will deliver their views, share their opinion and experience and knowledge straight from the trenches. So from those that really are in this business and have the first-hand experience. So we're hoping to get a real actionable advice from those who have already been there and done that. And as I said, as we are shifting the focus on what happens after you get funded, basically now what? We understand that that majority, of course, the majority of the founders and product owners have their vision, and the investors have agreed to fund this vision, maybe, of course, with some preliminary results, but will it really play just by throwing money at it? Growing is not an easy task. People stumble a lot along the way. So where to allocate the funds? To build the product, to invest in people, build an aggressive marketing presence, hire the salespeople with the best corporate connections, what expectations to build for the investors, and on the other side, what investors should expect from the startups that they have funded. Because both taking the money from outside and giving money is a great responsibility. So founders naturally actually grow nervous about how to properly spend those money. So basically, those are the topics that we decided to uncover, and those topics that and to ask actually those that have already been there to provide their actionable and specific advice. Another actually important aspect of this summit is that it's absolutely free. It costs nothing, absolutely nothing to anyone. None of the registrants paid the money. None of the speakers received the money, and nobody paid a dime to be here. The entire event infrastructure and organization has been provided by our company, Glorium Technologies, and our goal is to have a commercially unbiased environment, honest opinions, and candid desire of the industry professionals to share their knowledge and experience. Okay, so actually I have a few minutes left. So getting back to the startup market, I just wanted to share with you a couple of my thoughts on where we are now, and kind of just to set the stage for our wonderful speakers. So kind of a statement on the trend, opportunity, and challenges. So as for the trends and where we are now, I think it's an absolutely incredible situation we have found ourselves in. After a long period of testing the VC model, it proved to be working. You know that VC model takes its roots back in 80s, I believe, somewhere from them, and it was growing very slowly. But right now, in the last 2 years in a row, the investors went actually big, went huge into it. We saw they doubled down with each year, in year 20 and in year 21, and knowing that previously before the year 2019, actually the industry, the VC industry, it was growing at only 4% annually average, or year over year, and now we are seeing it doubling down on 2 years in a row. Pretty interesting. And but the industry is, of course, with such a big dynamics, with such a big growth, and still after a lot of years of testing before that, all of the startup model, the industry itself is still being, is still shaping itself. And there is a lot of dynamic, there is a lot of moving elements, but still such an influx of resources and attention, it actually has allowed us to build a real startup model that drives innovation, and it does produce the results. And of course, the ultimate beneficiaries are almost everyone across all of the industries. Okay, so it brings actually the question now, so if everything is so great, so what's the catch in this market, and are there any challenges? And definitely, as with each and every industry, each and every area, there are definitely challenges here that we are observing in tech. And and I think we will observe, those are the biggest that we'll observe during the next year. And again, this is my humble opinion. So there can be other things, but in my opinion, Number one is actually, yes, a lot of resources are pouring in, but the market saturation is the inevitable outcome from all of this. And we actually were seeing the market saturation at its highest level that we have seen before. And it will bring more challenges during the upcoming year to both the newcomers and to the existing players. And it's because it is easier than ever to start a company, not only start a company, but to receive a funding. And many tech players will face increasingly fierce competition. And this is definitely good for the industries, for all of the industries. And we do, because of that, expect more of new and better products or improvements to the existing ones. But all of this will come at a very high price to the founders. So this is something for everyone for all of the founders to think about, especially for those that are starting starting from the beginning. So more failures, of course, are inevitable. But as we all understand, this is the part of the game. Okay. So number two, actually, there is the number two challenge, and it kind of consists of two, is the shortage of the resources that are being consumed by the high-tech market. What's interesting that the high-tech market actually consumes two types of the resources, and in both of them we have problem. Number one, it's a labor shortage. High-tech market is very labor intense, and now everyone is hunting, to get the best people, to get the best additions for their teams, and but it's much more difficult than ever before to get the proper people. Everyone knows about this great resignation. So and I think this labor shortage will bring a real threat to the existing product development, to the sales, to the marketing, to the support activities everywhere. So this increasing VC funding that created a stunning demand for tech professionals, for sales professionals, marketing professionals, product professionals, for many of them. And I think this problem is here with us to stay, not only during this year, but during the next year. So everyone in startup world has to think twice about their approach to the human resources, about staffing their people needs. And actually, we are at Glorium, we know this problem beforehand. We have more of the orders, we have more of, I would say, of the sales than we can cover. We strongly, we're always constantly battling with bringing more of the good people on board. And number two, the resource number two, to the resource shortage is the chip shortage. So in order for tech to run, in order for all of the applications and everything to run, you need the hardware, and this is another big problem that we're facing. So that also has to be taken into account, and everyone knows that this chip shortage is also with us to stay for at least 1 or 2 years as predicted. So we'll see how we'll be able to overcome it. Okay, but there are, of course, more challenges than that. But in my opinion, those are the biggest that tech players will have to fight during the next years. And of course, each industry, healthcare, real estate, fintech, and blah, blah, all of the industries will have their own industry specific challenges. So on the other side, opportunities are endless. Everyone wants to go digital, and there is a huge demand in the new technologies, in the new software, new products, and so the opportunities are there. So I think I do hope to see lots of improvements coming during the coming year, and a lot of new products solving the real problems to appear in the market during the next year. Okay, and but what I do hope is that our wonderful speakers will be able to make much more detailed and precise outlook into this market, to explain how things are related to each other, how to grow properly your business, how to scale. So basically, I am really excited to hear what they have prepared. So I guess let's begin. Over to you.
Thank you, Andrei. Really appreciate you and your team for putting on this wonderful event. This especially it's free, so really excited to kick off with our first speaker. I'm joined by Taylor Ryan. Taylor Ryan is a 6-time startup founder with 14 years of digital marketing experience. He's originally from Washington, D.C., but currently living in Denmark. He's a CEO of award-winning digital agency, Clan Marketing, and the VP of marketing for WeGrow. He's done over 100 plus keynotes over the last 3 years and was named the Ecosystem Hero of the Year in 2020 Denmark. Taylor is someone I really, I've gotten to know over the last year and someone I consider a friend. So he will be, talking about startup pitch hacks, how to fix your pitch decks and get pre-seed investments. So Taylor, if you're here, please join us and I'll hand the mic over to you.
All right. Am I on? I'm almost on. Hey, there I am. How's it going, man? Long time no see.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Congrats on the new kid. We got to catch up. It's been a minute,
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, thank you again. And I'm going to hand the mic off to you. So I'll let you take over from here.
Cool. Whoever is controlling Restream, can you share my screen? All right, cool. So I'm going to move really fast. I guess I thought I had a little more time, but that's all right. So I'm going to keep an eye on the time here and yeah, move as quickly as humanly possible. Let me switch out of the presenter mode. Cool. So I'm going to show you guys some cool stuff. This is basically the secrets of pre-seed funding, pitch hacks, resources, guides. Yeah, all that good stuff you guys can read. All right, a little bit about me. Thank you for the intro. One of the new things I'd like to go over. I just launched Near Nordic. It's a Web3 accelerator. I've been working with Near Protocol for close to like 6 months, and it's finally come together. So if you want to check me out on LinkedIn or you want to go to nearnordic.com, super excited to get that thing off the ground. Crazy good stuff. Cool. Some of the things that I've done, I've scaled these 4 companies to exits. So basically, I was either the chief marketing officer, or the leader of marketing, or the person kind of calling shots. And I set up a ton of automation led teams. And basically, that resulted in 1 IPO, 2 acquisitions, and 1 merger from a little place called Copenhagen, Denmark. Again, originally from the Washington, D.C. area, but decided to make my life out here. So I run Clint. It's a digital marketing and growth hacking company. It's been a ton of fun, and I love working with small, medium, and large organizations. I've worked with pretty much everything in between, and that's kind of what my regular day job is. I run growthsecrets.org as well, and that's my online masterclass. So if you like what you see here and want more of the technical growth stuff, then feel free to check out growthsecrets.org. I work with shitloads of accelerators. I love working with startups. It's kind of my passion. And if you can't tell that out of my presentation, you'll get a feel for it pretty soon. But if you're a part of an accelerator and are interested in having me, I am all about it, all about that life. So my goal for today is provide value. I am going to move fast. Normally, I would do a little bit of interaction, but because I'm talking into a box. I have no idea who's here. Connect with me on LinkedIn. We can jam out. I'm the only Taylor Ryan on in Denmark, so go me. All right, so first I'm going to hit some theory stuff because I think theory is like really important to kind of get where everybody's coming from. There is absolutely no one size fits all for pitching, for courting investors. You're going to find that everything that I say today has the opposite being true of somebody else who's also credible. And there's so many contradictions, especially when it comes to pitching hacks, because it's not a perfect science. This isn't data driven like conversion rate optimization. This is how do I get money? And I only really need one. But remember the place that I'm coming from. If it feels like I'm shitting on founders or startups at all, I'm not. I'm a founder and a startup junkie and entrepreneur just the same. I've also done a little bit of angel investing myself. Cool. So first thing is get out of default mode. Default mode is robotic thinking. It often happens when people are either trying to build stuff from scratch or just running into barriers and saying, oh, can't be done. So I often try to figure out where do proven processes live, and that can be found with a little fancy tool called Google. So you can look up most anything, use guides and templates to save tons of time. One of my favorite theories is isostatic adjustment, which is basically there is no such thing as a triangular or cube planet because they don't exist in the wild. So if you are building a complete pitch deck from absolute zero, you are wasting your time and you need to go back to the drawing board, figure out who's already drawn it for you. And I'll show you some examples and where to find that stuff. Before you compare to what good looks like, you need to understand what good looks like. A lot of people are like, well, that's the pitch deck of Uber. And it's like, bruh, that was in 2008. We're not in that era anymore. And if you're looking back on Facebook's pitch decks, we're talking 20 years ago. Don't copy stuff that's irrelevant. Cool. Where do we find good stuff? Well, if you connect with me on LinkedIn and you don't run a marketing agency, you're in luck. I will give this entire presentation to you in PDF format, which has a lot of information from Y Combinator, 500 startups, some Sequoia stuff. Like it's all linked throughout this thing. So if you want this, just connect with me on LinkedIn, and I'm happy to give it over to you. Please stop building entire pitch decks without having never seen a pitch deck. So like I see this stuff all the time and it's like it's crazy. Like you don't have to do that. So do a Google search, or if you get my pitch deck, like these are all linked, like 1,200 startup presentations. You could see what a real startup pitch deck looks like rather than just being like, I'm gonna guess this is what it's supposed to be. Again, I've pulled a lot of the different resources from different places. You can too. Some of my favorites are Y Combinator and 500 startups. Cool. So mental prep. If there are any investors in the crowd, you will love me after this. I'm kidding. You'll probably hate me. So you need to change your mind immediately about investors. These are bullshit artists and charlatans. So the average investor has zero experience within the startup scene. It is slightly higher in the US, but 92% of UK VCs have never worked in a startup as an employee, as a founder, as a sole contributor, as an executor. They are none of the things that you are, and that is really quite perplexing, to be totally honest. Investors are impatient, busy, older by nature. They're very self-grandiose. They're very familiar with what pitch decks do look like, and investors are not the following things. They're definitely not technical for almost 99% of the investors I've ever met. They've never been sole contributors. Again, 99% of the investors I've ever met. They are not, for the most part, familiar with your industry and jargon. And for, I would say, yeah, I've never met an investor that's like kind of in desperate circumstances. They don't understand what a startup founder's life is. So don't assume that that's the case. These are some of the ridiculous reasons that investors have said no. And I've sat on stage with these guys and they were laughing about it like a bunch of fucking schmucks. You cannot tell startup founders that you said no because somebody was 10 seconds late to the call or even a minute late, or your pitch went 10 seconds time where it's like, bah, his dreams are shattered. I'm not investing. It's like, dude, who are you? It's so crazy to start to sit with these people and realize like, this is how you feel. This is how you think. These are real people that have gotten so distant from what it actually takes to build a startup like you are, that they don't really have any understanding of how much work goes into what you've spent years out of your life building. So a little food for thought. I was pitching one of my startups back in 2016 or 17. And yeah, I was sitting across from investors at a event called Arctic 15. Awesome event if you're ever out in the Nordics. And I could tell that the gentleman's eyes were glazing over that I was pitching to. And I'm like, is something wrong? And he's like, yeah, it's just, it's like a lot of words. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I mean, it's my pitch deck. It's what I'm using. Like, if I put it on the back of a fucking cereal box, would you read it then? And he's like, yeah. Do you have that version? It's like, so like these people don't read, which is shocking. And keep it straight. Like realize that you are cattle to these people. You are a potential investment, nothing more. They want to make money off of you. That's why you exist in their world. So they are required to be there to review this And basically, you need to realize that what you're preparing to show them is not a sales pitch. It's not a marketing pitch. It's not a school project. It is a very simple document called a pitch deck. So I think of it a lot like dating. I haven't been in the dating world in many years, but it's kind of like the way that you go to a first date and people might have different intentions. So the investor might be thinking, is this somebody I can marry with and grow old with? And maybe the startup is like, I just need it right now. So like maybe this is someone I can go home with. And if you're not thinking of this relationship the way that they are, you're not going to get through the door. It's just not going to happen. So investors are actually evaluating, do I understand the idea? Do I get excited by it? Do I like the team? And it's like, dude, what do you even know about teams? And are you different? Like, he's so different. You have to bear in mind that that's what they're looking for. Understand the job of the investor. So Anderson Horowitz or Andreessen Horowitz, one of the most well-known venture capital firms in the world, the average amount of startup decks that they get per year is 4,000. That's crazy, right? And so the number of startups that are reviewed that come mostly inbound are 3,000. And of those, if you were to divide 50 weeks per year by 5 days a week, you're looking at 12 startups to be reviewed per day. And they've launched some pretty amazing projects. Hey, look, the good news is like there are thousands of investors. You only need one. That's what gets you the momentum. So if you screw up your chances, like and people don't get you, it's not the end of the world. You're going to have plenty of other chances to impress other people. Every no gets you closer to a yes, and there are eventually great stories that later end in success after you've gone through a bunch of these no's. It's part of the jam. Like we're all there. So one of the most important things is fighting against the nerves. I've found that a lot of people get super shaky and crazy nervous up front. I get tunnel vision myself where I kind of lose the colors and I just get kind of laser focused for the first 30 seconds and then I loosen up. But you're not alone. And by the way, most people are super nervous just the same way, whether or not they show it or not. Tell yourself I'm excited instead of I'm nervous. And I always try to be the first or the last because that's what people remember. They never remember people in between. The more practice you do, the better you get, honestly. And you could wake me up in a drunken stupor at 3 a.m. I would be able to do my pitch deck backwards and forwards because I've done it so many times backwards and forwards. So some quick considerations. For anybody that's a founder that's listening right now, if you've ever hired anybody and you've gotten a lot of resumes, like you're gonna realize that it's very similar to what they're looking at pitch decks, the investors are. So like the average recruiter spends 7.4 seconds reviewing resumes. Like that's crazy. So if you get 100 applications, maybe the first few you're actually like reading like, okay, yeah, we went to a good school. Okay, the first job was at a gas station, but they're progressing. By the time you reach resume number 98, it's a glance and realize that these people are looking at pitch decks every day. So as soon as you start noticing things that are wrong, you're just throwing it out completely where it's like, wrong format of the resume, out. Or, oh, they weren't working in the last 6 months, out. These are things that they're starting to do with your pitch decks, which reminds me of riders within contracts. And Van Halen has one of the most famous ones. A rider is like a little addendum or an extra spot within the contract that says, this is an absolute requirement. If you do not provide this one thing, we get paid in full and we're out. So the rider within the Van Halen contract, and some people may have heard of this before, they required in the green room, which is before you go on stage, it's like where all the couches are and you're chilling, you're being a rock star. They're like, we want a giant bowl of M&Ms, but no brown M&Ms, absolutely no brown ones. If there was a single brown M&M in there, they would cancel the show and get paid in full on the spot. The reason they did that was because invariably, this was like the 80s, by the way. So they would know for a fact that, cool, you guys probably have screwed up the amplifiers and the electrical. They're bringing in their own trusses, their own pyrotechnics. Invariably, somebody could get hurt with that kind of stuff. If you screw up something super small, like just my M&Ms, you're probably going to screw up everything else. They look at your pitch deck the same way. So if you're screwing up these little things, and I'll show you what not to screw up, it's the same deal. The average VC reviews a pitch deck for a total of 1:35 to 4 minutes and 10 seconds max. There's a video that I've linked in here of this guy basically explaining it. On the low end, like you're looking at like 1:35, 1:36. In order to impress somebody, you better do a good job. So story time. I was on a judge panel for a pretty big prize. It was for 50,000 euros. And I was to review 160 AI and 100 logistics startups. And these were from all over Europe. And I basically had 5 different areas to score. There were only 5 judges. I was one of the 5. And they had to submit an explainer video, pitch deck, executive summary, 10 basic questions, and then include the website and the URL media links. And so I'm thinking, like, this is amazing. Like, this is my chance to be the investor or the judge that I never got. And the math that I worked out was cool. So if I only spent 3 minutes for each of these, it'd be 13 hours. So 20 hours later, I was only about a third of the way there, and I was trying to review these things. And I caught myself being that douchey investor that I never wanted to become or never wanted to be in that world, which was I was mad at incomplete submissions, or it's like you sent me a broken link to your homepage. Like, what are you guys doing? Or your pitch deck was in Vietnamese and you guys are based in Lithuania. Like, what's going on? Or there was just miles of text where it's like, yo, but who's going to read that? I have to read that. And so like I was like, oh my God, like that's now the tables have turned and I get it. And I think we could all probably relate to doing the same thing with like resumes. So getting more pitches is easy. That's not the hard part. It's getting a nice pitch deck. But if you do need to get more pitches, great. Go on Unoodle, Crunchbase, Angel.co. There's tons of different regional, local, and global startup demo days, pitch events, competitions. Like, it's just a matter of registering. Like, there are literally dozens on a weekly basis. It's crazy. And if you're looking for pitch decks, like, my God, it's so easy. Get on LinkedIn, do a quick Google search. Enter the, I'll have to do it later. I'll enter like how to do it. Type SITE colon and then docs.google.com / and then investors, pitch decks, whatever. You'll find literally thousands. It's not hard to find investor lists. Here's how you scale it up pretty quickly. I've created a couple of different multi-use master answer sheets. After you've applied to like 4 or 5 accelerators or 1 to 2 of these kind of investor, like here are the questions that we need you to answer before we can evaluate whether or not we want to talk to you. Most people are asking the same thing. So if you answer, again, 4 or 5 of them, you're pretty much capable of then copying and pasting everything. It's super easy to just get an intern or a virtual assistant to do that. And honestly, that's how I got so many pitches at scale. I do think it's important to read the requirements, especially for the big ones. Like if you're going for Y Combinator, they have like a number of blog posts where it's like, please just read the directions. Like, why aren't you reading? And they say they turn away half the people because they clearly didn't read the directions. So I get it. This is not a numbers game as much as one would think when you're going after some of the most well-known accelerators, if that's what you're aiming for. There are lots of easy ways to get in touch with these people, but here's how the process goes. So you're basically sending this out to the investor, they review, then you set a first pitch meeting where you pitch and discuss an analyst who's probably your little brother's age or even younger, where it's like, bro, how do you even have a job? This is crazy. You're 19 and you're an analyst for a VC. And it's like, well, yeah, but last week I was delivering pizzas. Now I'm, a venture capital analyst. Fucking hate those guys. Then you have a second pitch meeting, at which case you meet with partners and stakeholders. This is like, hey, is daddy home? And you finally get to meet dad. And then after that, you'll end up doing a review and due diligence. I told you investors would love this part of the presentation. And then you close and sign the deal. Cool. So investor outreach, I'm not going to go into super deep detail, but you can scale this up just as easy as anything else. Everything comes down to a fluid process, just like you can see on the right side in the GIFs. There's no like stutter step or fast twitch. It's just fluid. So we target, discover, email, validate, and run outreach. Here are a quick like overview of targeting. So we have different investors in different spaces. A hardware investor more than likely will not invest in a software company. You have to figure out where these people are, and there's different varieties of investors, and you guys can read. I'm going to move on. Then we want to find the emails. I use Apollo. I think it's probably my favorite tool, but there's plenty of data enrichment tools that allow you to find anybody's email. But because the great resignation as was referred to earlier, a lot of people are leaving their jobs. Ergo, we need to make sure that the emails are still valid. I probably lean more into Clear Out, but Never Bounce is a great tool as well. So now we have a valid list of emails. If you're going to be doing this at scale with anywhere from 80 to 100 outreaches a day. You need to have a burner domain that redirects. I'm not going to go into that, but that's something you can Google search. And then I do sequenced outreach. All of these are great outreach tools. Everybody has their favorites. I'm more of a Snovio guy, but some people like Lemlist. Just depends if you're early and never done any type of mail merges before. Maybe Mixmax is your game, or GNAS. Cool. How to write a cold email. This is one of my favorite presentations. Michael Siebel does an awesome job of basically saying, if it takes me more than 1 minute to actually read and comprehend what it is that you're trying to convey to me, like you want to pitch me, it takes me more than a minute to understand your problem, your solution, the progress and growth, market size, co-founders, technical staff, and your unfair advantage, then I'm not going to respond, which is really kind of strange and frustrating, especially from the standpoint of a startup, but I digress. Cool. So let's go into the actual deck itself. And I am cognizant of time, so I think I got another 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to go fast. Let's see how far I get. Feel free to jump in, guys, when I'm running out of time, or give me like a heads up when I'm down to like 3 or 4 minutes, and then I can pause for questions. So, big question. Have you read every sentence so far? Probably not. The reason for that is I put way too many words and way too many distracting things into my presentation. It's not necessarily a bad thing because I want these to be a standalone, but that's not what the expectation of you as somebody that's looking at my presentation wants to see. And honestly, I don't blame you for zoning out if that was the case during this presentation. I moved too quickly. But the reality is, if you're trying to pitch investors, you need to keep your slides as minimal as possible, which means you are stripping out every extra adjective, adverb. Like, there shouldn't be complete sentences. Simple, legible, clear. That's what we're going for. Most people can't take themselves out of the equation, and I understand it. I have the same issue when I've spent, like, we're talking years, blood, sweat, and tears, nights and weekends, no friends, no fucking awesome times at the bar with, friends, family, whatever, no anything, no vacation. Then I want like everything of myself to be in this presentation. And the problem is that doesn't meet the expectations of who we're presenting it to. It's for investors, not for us to show off, or not for us to convey what we really think it's about. It's, how do I put it in words that you understand? Mr. I've never done anything in the startup scene, yet somehow I get to hold the keys to the bank. Crazy. So we want to avoid ambiguity, complexity, mystery, and jargon. Jargon, especially because these people don't know any of the buzzwords that you've been dealing with on a daily basis, unless it's connected to corporate jargon or mergers and acquisitions. And by the way, that's where most investors come from. It's management consulting or corporate finance. They have zero experience in your field. So one of the things that I often see people miss out on is building a common connection. It needs to be that, oh yeah, I have seen that. That has been a thing that I'm aware of or has affected people in my life or even me personally. Legible ideas are understood by people who know zero about your business. So the clarity of your idea can go a long way. These are the questions that you need to ask for, or sorry, you need to answer within your presentation, especially kind of at the first 30 seconds. This is where you're going to hook people and grab them. What are you making? What's the problem? Who's the customer? This is so important because most people don't get that. And I don't understand why they try to overdo it with the problem statement. It's so much simpler than that. You need a high level concept. So trying to keep everything super clear. Don't go into the technology. Don't go into the why. Don't go into the how. It's basically, yeah, it works. It's like a kick the tire type thing. So the high concept is a oversimplification of what your startup does. So a couple of quick examples. Jaws in space. So like the Airbnb of whatever. I don't love those, but like Jaws in space is alien. So people are like, oh yeah, no, I know. I'm really a bus with a bomb, and you immediately know it's Speed. It's a great movie to watch when you're hungover on a Sunday. Or water dinosaur versus giant gorilla. Like, okay, cool. Yeah, Godzilla versus Kong, whatever. So there's lots of examples out there of people who do an amazing job with high concepts, and those that are maybe they could still use some work. So I've fielded a handful of these, and I've linked to the pitch decks. I'm not going to read that one because I'm running out of time. This is a health tech one that was actually acquired. Good for them. One of my favorites, Dropbox. Dropbox synchronizes files across your team's computers. It's not even perfectly grammatically correct, but it's like, okay, yeah, I get what you guys do. Maybe another would be Airbnb. Airbnb is the first online marketplace that lets travelers book rooms with locals instead of hotels. I think if you fix your high level concept, you're going to get people to pay attention for longer within your presentation than if you do anything else. It's so hard sometimes to be like, what are we actually making? Right? What is, throw in the word actually. What are we actually making? What is that problem that's being solved by what we're making? And who's the person that benefits the most from what we're making? This was the first version of my high level concept for Architecture Quote, which was my AI platform for deal flow for architects. Disaster. I'm not even going to read it. This was my second attempt, a little shorter, but again, like if you're looking at this, you're spacing out. I am, and I wrote the thing. And this is a much shorter version, using AI to help ambitious architecture firms discover and win more projects automatically. That's a lot more smooth than what I originally started with. And it takes time. It iterates. It's something that you'll try out, try on, see if it's good, and then ultimately shift a bunch of times. That's what it's all about. So what does good look like? So there's tons of funded startups. I've linked to them at the beginning of the presentation. Please don't fight that. I'm just the messenger. Last couple of things, because I know I'm running out of time. I think I'm down to like the last 6 minutes here, but clear, concise, and compelling. This is how you figure out the game. This is what most decks include, is one slide for each of these main points. You have a cover, company purpose, problem, solution, why now, market size, competition, product, business model, teams, the financial, and ask. And sometimes you'll go out of order. That is not necessarily the only order that you can go in. You have to decide that. This is as simple as it gets. The cover image, and go through any other well-known accepted pitch deck that got funding. They all start with a cover image. And in many cases, they're putting their websites and contact details because founders are lazy. And I've definitely talked to founders that are like, I don't know, I opened up a Drive document and then I closed the email, and I don't know. It was a good pitch deck. I just got too lazy to like figure out where I could find those guys by searching in my email. So like I just didn't reach out. And it's like, dude, that's your life. Like that's incredible. So throw the contact details on there. Problem is one of the things that most people don't actually acknowledge. Is it a real problem? Most problems are popular, growing, urgent, expensive, mandatory, and common. People understand it right away. It's real, it's simple, it's relatable. So if you don't have a problem because maybe you're making coffee and it's like, problem is not enough my coffee getting sold, then maybe it's not a huge problem statement. That's a different business overall, but most good decks have a problem. The solution, show, don't tell. Most people end up putting some form of a visual representation of how this actually fixes the problem, not features, it's benefits all day long. So it's a depiction of how this actually solves the problem or how it works. I see a lot of apps that are inside of the screen and inside of the device as well. Go for it. Why not? The why now is super important. This is where you throw some data in, or any historical trends, or historical evolution, trends, and scalability. Lots of different ways to do that. I'm going to move past that. Market size, total addressable market first, and global market second. But honestly, they're really looking for like how many people are affected by this and how many people could potentially be within your real wheelhouse of selling. Who are your customers and how many of those will you get and what locations are you going after? This is data, numbers, and most people understand that. And you can see that like there's no full sentences on any of these, and you can have multiple slides to demonstrate this where it's affecting multiple areas. Data, 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 data. Don't write full sentences. I'll say it again. Don't write full sentences, especially when you're making numbers about your total addressable market. It is so important to keep it as simple as possible. Traction, anything you can show that shows any type of movement. That's sales, retention, letters of intent, LOIs, number of users, number of active users, number of reoccurring users, news coverage. Drop a press release or ask me how to do one. I'll get you on Yahoo Finance, Google, and a handful of other places, and it won't cost you an arm and a leg. Money raised so far, personal investments, integrations, if you have any traffic, accelerator completion. Have you done your MVP? Anything, honestly. Like mom said it was great. I realize, especially with early stage startups, it's super difficult to do that, but I digress. Technology, if you have a patent pending, which means all you have to do is fill out the application, you don't have to submit. Are you using some new technology? People are like, oh, yeah, blockchain. Oh, okay. It's crazy how many blockchain. If you are involved in Web3 or blockchain, please connect with me after this. There's so many different things I'd love to chat about. Competition, know your market. I've had so many questions and seen so many investors that give up on somebody because they're like, yeah, we don't have anybody who's competing. And it's like, well, it's not really true. It sounds good, but it actually doesn't sound good to investors. It means you haven't done your research. And this is where you kind of pair in your value proposition, which is your unfair advantage, your big differentiators, and any customer stories if you got them. And this is where you can really kill it. Your unfair advantage usually is your founders, or if you've found a way to already capture part of the market, or you have a huge community, or you have this very unique solution within the product, or your acquisition cost is next to nothing because you have an awesome partnership or something really unique. It's monopoly. I know I'm running out of time. Damn, I thought I could get through all of it, but I want to save like a few minutes for questions. So yeah, what kind of questions do we have? How much time do I have actually? Anybody? Am I still on? I got a few minutes. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna finish up then. I figure why not. This was one of the common questions that I had immediately not understood why investors were trying to ask this in so many different ways. You got to pick one. Even if you have a business that has like multiple audiences and it's kind of like B2B to C, you're still not going to win over investors. They want to see one very clear, succinct business model, which means how are you going to make money? Show me super clearly what you're going to do with my money in order to make me more money. That's realistically what this game is. Show me how you're going to make me money by me giving you money, which is just, I mean, that's what this is. It's investors. So I try to look at the market size and some of the cost economics as well as the net cash burn, which leads me to revenue projections. And this is super detailed. There's lots of calculators. There's more than 10 different ways to do valuations, and that's at the low kind of estimation. Most investors expect usually a 1 to 3 years. You could do 1 to 5, but like, who's really counting? Often, if you're trying to set projections, your first year you're going to do 178%, your second year is 100%, your third year is 71%. Most people think it's in reverse, but let's say you sell $50 this month. If you sell $100 next month worth of supplies, service, whatever, then you've doubled your revenue. So that's kind of the concept to bear in mind. The team, this isn't really a problem for people in the US, but it's definitely sometimes a European issue. Smile in your pictures. Like, show a human element. It's so weird to see people with like fucking prison photos where it's like, what are you guys doing? Like, be happy to be there unless you're like a really serious thing, like maybe you're in cybersecurity, but still, like a smile goes a long way. People want to buy from people they like, and when people are looking like they're in a prison photo, it doesn't work. Cool. The ask, how much you looking for? How much money do you want? You normally need to set aside a runway of 12 to 18 months. It's super important. So that means the average investment size, and I know this is kind of counterintuitive, but this is for EU rounds, which are probably about, I think it's about 40% lower or smaller than US. So the average investment size for a pre-seed investment is $386,000. That's supposed to last somebody 6 months to a year, which is fair enough. The median is 150K and the top quartile is 410K. Like in the US, you're expecting way more than that, to be totally honest. You can do some Google searches to find how much it's actually worth, but yeah, really depends on your niche and the segment. But yeah, a few more quick thoughts. Timelines. Most people are like, dude, I just need to keep things going for another like 3-4 weeks. The funding's going to come in, everything's going to be great. And it's like, cool. So like the average timeline for getting pre-seed funding when you're actually focused on it on a nearly full-time basis, 12 weeks. It's going to take you, it's going to take you 3-4 months. Like, be honest with yourself. Upper quartile, 19 weeks. It does not happen overnight. Do not expect that, which is frustrating from the founder level, but I understand they're committing a lot of money to what you're trying to build. The order of the pitch deck can change. You can iterate. I create different versions depending on how long I have. I test my deck against people that are not familiar with my space, who I am. It works really well if you're pitching to like the kind of dim-witted cousin, uncle, even grandparents. The non-industry friends, give them the entire pitch and then be like, tell me what I do. And whatever they say in return, if it's kind of like even remotely close, it's like, all right, fuck it, that's what we do. You need to do that too, because it's the simplest, easiest, most kind of distilled version of somebody who's not in the know giving it right back to you. And that's what you need to convey to the audience. And yeah, that's the exact same point. Tell me what my company does. I revise my pitch deck all the time. You're going to find that you're going to have close to 10 different versions of it, and you're going to find that certain things work better than others. I found that the questions that I repeatedly get from investors or at events is probably what's unclear with my deck. And practice makes perfect on this stuff. Again, if you woke me out of a drunken stupor at 3 a.m, I would be able to go backwards and forwards through my deck because I practiced so much. It's so important to do this. That way it's no surprise. You could do it without the slides if you really needed to. And most people are like, yeah, no, I've done it a couple of times. It's like, cool, then why are you reading? Like, what's going on? I find, and this is the last couple of things, don't get defensive. I always see the super defensive founders. It's normally a founder that's a little older. Just it is what it is. But they take a negative question as an attack, where it's like, well, how come you guys haven't made any money? Your answer should be a redirection. So, well, it's funny you mentioned that. So, like, we're really excited about this new feature that actually allows us to really start banking on some of the people that have been eager to get into our platform. I'm not saying because nobody's willing to buy my product. I'm talking about something I want to talk about, which is how awesome this next feature is that we're rolling out in beta. So that needs to be on kind of the top of mind when you're getting asked questions. I always try to do that's a great question in order to buy yourself the first like second to second and a half to think about it. Go for it. In closing, mindset is super important. The resources I've included in this deck, connect with me on LinkedIn if you like it. There are so many different ways to find investors, and reaching out is pretty straightforward based off of what I've shown you. Just pick up some of those tools, and this is kind of the basis for how you do your pitch deck. Little more about me. If you liked any of my stuff or my delivery, or you hated me, that's fine too. You can go to growthsecrets.org. clintmarketing.com is my agency, but you can also check me out on Near Nordic. I'm building an accelerator. Super excited about that. And that is it for me. I do want to quickly show, if my screen's still up, which it appears to be, let me just show how people can find investor lists. I have a few 100,000 like rows of investors. So I do site colon docs.google.com and then type in investor or whatever your niche is, and you'll start finding like, oh shit, there's an investor deck right there with 1,000 rows. Lots of different ways to do it, but also people share these at scale on LinkedIn. The hard part is not finding a list of investors. The hard part is getting the meetings. Like it's so crazy. Like, oh, you have investor lists, and it's like, yeah, but it doesn't mean that like I open the door and they're sitting in front of me. Like it's work to actually get them to have that meeting. So cool. I hope that was valuable. I hope you guys understood where I was going. I wanted to get it all in before I ran out of time. So that is me. Well, if the next speaker isn't here, does anybody have any? There he is. What's up, man?
How's it? Thank you so much. That was awesome. I always love your energy and how authentic and raw you are. So
Thanks, man.
that was a lot of fun. I appreciate it. We have a few questions. It looks like we have a few minutes, if you don't mind, for me to ask them to you. So got a question from Greg. He is asking, any thoughts from Taylor, speakers, and others on the accelerators like Techstars? Is this a dog and pony show, heavy on pitching, raising, and low on actually putting a business together and scale?
For sure. Yeah. So I have my challenges with Y Combinator, Techstars. Like there's a really interesting number of papers that have come out that show that early stage funds or first time funds, venture capital funds, as well as accelerators, tend to perform better overall because they take more chances, they risk more. I've gotten two different companies that have gone through, and it's so bizarre the way that Y Combinator does it, where they basically review your decks and stuff, and then they agree to kind of set a time, and then they ask you to pitch for 3 or 4 minutes over the phone, And then if you don't get a call back in 15 minutes, like, go fuck yourself. It's the weirdest thing where it's like, who's that like bougie? But what they're looking for, and it's the same with plug and play and some of these other accelerators that are very well known, is they're looking for safe investments that are already generating revenue. So if you don't have 10,000 monthly recurring revenue USD, they don't care. That you're not interesting to them. So that means these really well-known, amazing, world-renowned accelerators are extremely competitive to get into because they're focused on people that are basically nearly a home run over the fence already. And that, in most cases, is not you and most startups that I know. Otherwise, why would you do it? So I've also had a lot of back and forth with some people in accelerators that are running successful accelerators. If you were doing really, really well and you knew your shit and you were a good entrepreneur, probably don't need an accelerator. So something to bear in mind, I do think that there's a lot of really interesting learning opportunities, but the biggest players is not necessarily where you get the best jams. You go for the network. But yeah, I can tell we're running low on time, right?
Yeah, that was great. It looks like our next speaker's here, so we're gonna cut the questions early. Thank you so much again for joining us. If you don't mind, one
Sure.
more time sharing with everyone where they can find you online, whether it's LinkedIn, Twitter, just so they can connect with you.
Yeah, thanks for asking. So I am the only Taylor Ryan in Copenhagen, Denmark, and I can tell I can't share my screen, but if you look up Taylor Ryan or you can share it in the chat, that would be awesome. And I'm also at Clint, KLINT, marketing.com, and you can check out my masterclass on growthsecrets.org, or if you're in the Web3 space, please let's connect, and you can go to NEAR Nordic.com. But easiest way is connect with me on LinkedIn.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Taylor. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. And, for everyone that's still out there, follow Taylor. And, he's great when it comes to growth marketing and just a wealth of knowledge. So if you found a lot of value in this, please share the link with your network, whether it's on LinkedIn or Twitter, so we can get more people and provide value to them as well. I'm going to let my co-host, Jenna, jump on and introduce our next speaker.
Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be back. Taylor, that was so good. I learned a ton. I just wanted to share a hot tip with everybody that Taylor reminded me of from his talk, which is if you are uncomfortable with not reading your slides, one, get rid of speaker notes, learn to do it without them at all, because it becomes a habit to read them. And the other is go take an improv class. You're going to feel ridiculous. It's going to feel uncomfortable, but it makes you so much faster on your feet, and it makes you so much more authentic to who you are when you have to speak off the cuff and stand in front of people. So there's my hot tip that I can share with you today. Now that I've said that, I want to bring on our next speaker. Carol Tran is a growth hacker. She's been a keynote speaker. She is the Vice President of Growth and Chief Growth Officer for her organization. She is a three-time entrepreneur and a change agent, and we are so excited to have you with us, Carol.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for the introduction. So, whenever you're ready, I can begin.
All right, let's jump in.
All right. Well, welcome everybody who's attending here. I understand the theme here is about, funding and what the expectations are for investors. So I'm just going to go to an overview just so whether you are in the early part of your journey of looking for investment, or you are currently with some investment with, angels or family and friends. What is it that you need to do in order to be seen as growth and scalability and actually get more funding in the future, or actually being so profitable that, you probably don't need as much funding in the early stages. So, as, Jenna already described, I am an entrepreneur, worked with several, businesses from different different business models, different industries, and different sizes, from startups to all the way Fortune 500. So I'm going to go through this with a PowerPoint slides just so that you can guide through my conversation, but feel free to write questions on the side. But once I start sharing my PowerPoint slides, it might be a little difficult for me to see your questions. So I will probably, if I don't address it during, the presentation, I will make sure I'll do it at the very end. So let me share this right now. Sorry for a second here. Can you guys see my PowerPoint slides? I'm so sorry. Give me a second here. Looks like it's, Jenna, could you help me a little bit here? It seems like it's not allowing me to screen share.
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys, for the little mishap here.
Are you on a Mac?
I am on a Mac.
When you click the share screen button, does it give you a prompt anywhere? You might have to check behind the browser window.
It says, does not allow screen recording for the browser.
You're going to have to give it permission, which may mean that you have to back out and come back in. Go to your system preferences.
Okay, I apologize for everybody on this one right now. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Look and see, what browser are you in?
I'm in Chrome.
Okay, look and see if under security and privacy, I think it is. Go to, I have to remember, I haven't done this in so long. Not camera, microphone. I can't remember which one it is. I'm surprised it's not prompting you.
Yeah, I'm in microphone and camera. It doesn't specify anything. There's a check mark in Google Chrome.
Okay. Oh, it's got it checked. Okay, one other thing. Check the browser itself and see if it's asking you, if it's giving you a prompt to say allow or block.
Okay, I click entire screen.
Okay. One other idea. Can you send your deck to that email address and I can share it for you?
Okay. Would you actually have to click right every time I say click to the next slides?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think I can give you control. Let me see what it says in need help.
You know what? I'm going to log out and log back in. If you guys could hold on for a second, I apologize for the audience to listen to this. So I'm going to log out and then I'll log back in. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
So I think we probably have a minute or two to talk about a couple things that, let's see, some of the questions. Looks like we've covered them all. So I'm curious, did we talk about where folks are located? Because I'm curious what's going on in everyone's, kind of part of the world right now. So I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. I think I mentioned that. And it's interesting because Cleveland is a fascinating place to be a founder right now. I have a couple of friends who have started various companies. One of my friends started a spice company. She literally makes like spices. And she was able to get all sorts of grants from various organizations in the city of Cleveland to start her business. So she went to college originally for something, I can't remember what, and then she went back to culinary school. And so the program that she went to for culinary school gave her this big grant to start the company. Hi, do you want to try again?
Yeah, it says please update system permissions to allow screen recording.
I thought that's what it was. Okay, so we've got to figure out. I thought it was in security and privacy. In security and privacy, go to screen recording.
There's screen recording. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Click on the little lock button to see if it'll to unlock it. Remember my password so I can try and do this with you.
Hit it. Oh yeah. On Google Chrome.
Okay. Go ahead and check Google Chrome and then hit the lock again so it saves it.
Okay. It says once I click on that, it will shut me out. So
yeah, you're gonna have to come back in one more time.
Okay.
But then it should work.
All right.
Okay. Can you folks tell I've done this a couple times? I almost had it memorized. Okay, so as I said, she was able to get a whole bunch of grant money. I feel like there was somebody else who did something similar, but the whole reason I'm rambling about this is because I was shocked at the amount of essentially free money that's out there through various grant programs, through like your local community and through a local organization. Like here in Cleveland, we have the Key Club that gives away decent grants for new businesses, especially if you agree to hire local folks. Because of course, you want to grow your local economy. Has anybody tried to do something like that, gone to like a local organization or to their city or to the state to try and kind of raise some free capital? Always curious what other folks are doing. Oh, there we go. Hi, Carol.
Hi.
All right. Try it one more time. I think it's going to work this time.
I actually am sharing.
Awesome. All right. So I'm going to pass it over to you.
All right. All right. Thanks, everyone, for holding on there for a second there. I am going to put this in presenter mode, so I probably will not see you guys at all for a bit. Oops. View slideshow. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. So as I was saying, I'm going to walk through what I think is going to be helpful for you guys if you're looking for, investment and funding. And also if you have already got some angel investing, seed money, or self-funded, that this is the playbook that I think is going to help you in seeing what the investors are looking for, or what is the next level if you are actually looking for more funding. And in general, if you don't need funding, this is also a great way for you to be more profitable and actually see how you can reach more of the right customers, and then you can gain paying customers. Okay, so the key takeaways here is like understanding what the growth hacking is from the start of your business and throughout the whole stage of your company. Now, I believe that growth starts on day one, period. Hands down. Nobody even, you'll hear some growth hackers will be like saying the fun gets started like literally when you set everything up, then we start growing businesses, growing more of your business and getting more of the customers and actually doing the fun stuff, the A/B testing, all that stuff. There are different type of growth hackers. There's plenty of different types of individuals that you're going to look at different stages. So you need somebody who actually understands that growth starts on day one. That means your business model, how you set things up, your process, everything where people may not consider as fun as the most crucial part. How can you actually have build a gigantic skyrise, like high rise, when you don't have the foundation built in the bottom, and you have somebody just building really quickly and more robust on the middle or the top of the building? It will crumble down if you don't have everything down in the foundation. And have I had companies where they're profitable since day one? Absolutely. So I'm going to be covering, not only for like if you're just B2B, you might be to B2C. It could be any type of business model. This should actually be the foundation for you to actually look as a playbook. And the second one is, how do you effectively build this growth engineering process, and how do you experiment it to scale for sustainable growth? A lot of individuals will focus on like, how can I show growth? And really it's not sustainable. And how do you impact, the growth in the early stages, and not just focus only on growth marketing? You think that growth hacking is only marketing, but actually growth hacking is about growing the entire business. Because at the end of the day, when you hear a growth hacker, you have to understand they're hacking ways to grow a business. That means you're finding ways that are the most efficient and most resourceful way that actually has the highest impact. So that comes from startup, because you have low resources, low monetary ways to fund it, that you become more creative and resourceful in that way. And therefore, it's not always marketing. It could be product that you have to focus on growth. Obviously, the hottest new word right now is product-led growth, but don't get caught up so much that it's like the new latest fashion, and that this year it'll be product-led growth. Next year it'll be engineering-led growth. Really understand that your entire company is like an entire ship. And you're being a really great growth hacker, you should be the compass and map to the captain of the ship. Or if you are the captain of the ship, which is the CEO or the founder, you should be able to understand the direction that you're going. And I will get into detail on that in a bit. And then the third takeaway is, how do you experiment across the 3 pillars of growth? I've been able to simplify a lot of the complicated things that you see online, where you're just like, okay, this is very overwhelming. I see this company's doing this, let's go do that. Just because it works for that company doesn't necessarily works for you, even though they may be in the same industry. That is the biggest downfall, that a lot of companies and startups will look at their competitors and try to emulate that. And just because it works for them, just understand that they are started at a certain time, and they could have started like, a couple months before. And that couple months before is a little bit different than today's time. So think about like companies that actually was like, doing really well before the pandemic and actually did not do so well after the pandemic. And so you have to really look at the fact that, what are the ways to define the product market fit in your industry at the certain time. And then the fourth one is, how do you achieve quick learning so that you can actually iterate this process? Because at the end of the day, you could do a 3, 6, 9, and 12 month roadmap, which a lot of individuals do, because it has to be given to the investors when you're pitching, to get funding or whatever that you're doing, that you're trying to talk to your current investors, right? That be all grand and dandy. But the thing is, during the, 1 to 3 month, or even during 1 week or 2 weeks from now, do you even know what direction you should be going? How do you make the best decision so you can arrive at your 3-month roadmap, right? Because a lot of people actually grab numbers out of nowhere and sometimes say, and they really believe that this is where they're going to reach. So the point being is being able to understand how to sail your ship, your business ship, in a way that you're not looking 3 months from now. How can you survive between now in 24 hours or now until the end of the week? So being able to be really quick to adapt to the changes to the weather and the environment and how customers behave. They may love you this hour, next week they may not love you. So how do you respond to that? So that's the reason why it's so critical to look at how the pandemic changed. And as an example, is in the fact that the companies that survive are the ones who adapt quickly to change and actually respond to the needs of your end consumer. So let's define what is growth hacking. So growth hacking, a lot of people always claim like it's growth marketing, or now it's product-led growth. It's always focused on product, and that's the main place you have to look at. I'm going to give you other examples like, HubSpot. They started out as sales-led growth, and now they're product-led growth. So don't just get caught up whatever the media says, because I'm going to give you an example. Just because, like, for example, 2 + 2 is 4, 3 + 1 is 4, 5 - 1 is 4, 6 - 2 is 4. No matter how you approach it, everyone wants to get to 4. But just because someone did 6 - 2, that's not the only way to do it. Okay, so when you hear product-led growth, yes, it's very important, but doesn't mean you neglect everything else, and that is the most important thing. It's just the hottest new topic right now. Everything comes down to semantics. People say growth hacking isn't real. It's all like, it's a quick fix and, it's magic and stuff. They'll start using demand generation, lead generation. You're going to get confused. At the end of the day, you only have to focus on 2 things that is on your mind. Get a lot of customers, increase revenue. Bottom line, that is it. If you don't care about customers and revenue, you are just a hobby. And hobbies are great, but that's not where you're going to be able to get when you're actually trying to get investors, or actually try to be more profitable and not get, a VC money or anything like that. So let me define this. Here is a ship. This ship is literally your business, okay? When you're looking at this as your business, and this is a vintage ship where you have to paddle through each of the department here. It's like marketing, product, engineering, sales, finance, human resource, customer success, and it can go on in whichever department you have that is specific to your business. So each of these departments are paddling across to move the ship forward, okay? And if marketing goes at 65 miles per hour, and then you have product going at 50, which is fine, it's around the same ballpark, but then you have sales not picking up the paddle at all, and engineering rowing backwards. If someone is rowing backwards, someone's going forward, you know your ship is not moving. If it's not moving, you're stuck in the middle of the ocean with no landmarks and nowhere to go. This is where most companies get stuck, because you're feeling that you're moving, you're working hard, but what you end up doing is being stuck because none of the departments is actually communicating with each other. Now, if you're a smaller company, obviously the ship will get smaller. And if you are a solo founder, obviously you are everything in this paddle. You do everything. But the problem is you'll get exhausted. So how do we actually end up growing so that you don't work hard, but you actually build a great growth engine? So let's define this first. Now that everyone's like understanding that we all have these paddles and it has to flow in, sync, you don't want to be always running below deck and telling the captain of the ship, which is on the left. On the right with the star is the North Star, which is the growth hacker. The growth hacker is the compass and map to the captain of the ship. Again, if your company is smaller, you could be this growth hacker. So with that said, you don't want to run below deck and say, hey, marketing, what's going on? Engineering, what's going on? Product, are you doing this? Or sales. The problem here is each of the department is in silo, and you're trying to pump all this data out, give it to the captain of the ship. And it could be the founder who's the captain of the ship, or the VP or the director, depending on the size of your company. It doesn't necessarily have to be the founder, whoever's leading the ship at the time.
Hey, Carol, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Your slides aren't moving. I think you're sharing the wrong screen.
Am I not? Oh,
You're
what am I sharing?
But we see like it's in basically edit mode. There you go.
That's weird. Okay. I guess it's, all right. I guess you guys will see it this way instead of, hold on. Oh, this entire time I was showing you all this stuff. So, all right. So let me do this, the entire screen. Does that work better? View.
And just put that into slideshow mode. That's the little, it looks like there you go.
Oh,
all right.
I've been doing slideshow this entire time. All right. So here is, so you guys didn't see this, is your business. And I was mentioning marketing, product, engineering, sales, finance, human resource, and customer success. It could actually go to other departments if you have a certain niche in your company. Now, it should be paddling, like I mentioned to you, all forward so that it can move forward. If it doesn't, one paddle goes backward, one doesn't pick up the paddle, that's where there's a disconnect there. And this is the reason why a lot of companies get stuck, is because the problem is each of the department is trying to give data to the captain of the ship or the growth hacker. And then at the end of the day, the captain of the ship and the growth hacker is trying to piece all the puzzle together. Each department thinks they have delivered what they, the head of the ship requires. But then the next step is trying to piece, how does marketing affect product? How does product affect engineering? And how sales and marketing? The thing is, a lot of times marketing says, I send you all the leads, and sales were like, you gave me terrible leads. And then sales start fighting with marketing, not doing their job. And marketing says, not my job, that you didn't know how to close it. The thing is, it has to be about growth. You have to think about, how do you get customers and revenue? In each department, you have to think beyond your job in that one paddle. You have to look at the whole ship. So you have to constantly understand that, how do you get all those paddles into the dashboard in such a way that you don't have to run exhaustingly down below deck, and that you want to arrive at the North Island with a pot of gold. So with that, that is the job of the growth hacker. There's each of, every time you land at an island with a pot of gold, there's another island you have to go to. These are each of your milestones that you hit on your roadmap. But understand that sometimes there's turmoil, there's different environmentals that is taken off guard, like pandemic, or you have, situation that your, product isn't needed anymore and you have to adapt to that storm. How do you adapt to it? So you have to respond quickly, or else you'll sink. Or you have pirates, which I consider more of attacks of reputation, your competitors. How do you respond to that? If you can survive all that, you're able to go to your first milestone. But in order to get to the island and not stuck in like in the middle of the ocean, you have to be able to understand your coordinates. You have to be able to control what's inside your ship. I've always said 95% of what's inside your ship can be controlled. Other things that are outside your ship, it's a little bit harder. However, being able to understand what's going on inside your ship, being able to sail in such a way and responding to what's going out and actually hearing what the customers are wanting and how they're responding to that, you're able to have a little bit more control than someone who doesn't understand it. So that's growth hacking. Now, to deep dive even further, growth hacking is really a process of rapid experimentation across all funnels, right? All the departments here. And most people always default to growth marketing. It's not always about marketing. If you don't have the right product and it's not built in a way, the user experience, you're obviously going to lose them when they're in there. So you can have the best marketing and best acquisition, but the hardest part is retention. You want them to come back, continue to use them and use you, and also refer you to other people. That's why I call them as marketing soldiers. They're paying you, but also at the same time advocating for you for to get more customers. So if you're in the middle of the ocean and literally the wind is blowing at every second differently than it was, the last hour, knowing that you can look at someone else's, framework, it is only for a framework for you to guide you, but not actually a blueprint. So know that having this rapid experimentation helps you understand, like, should I make a few steps, go north a few steps here, or should I make a little pivot and go northwest for a little bit? So this is why it's so important to do rapid experimentation, but not go crazy in such a way that you're wasting time in doing all this A/B testing, multivariate testing. At the end of the day, you're actually not moving at all. So your goals here at the end of the day, what is this all about, right? Because at the end of the day, your investors are trying to give you their money because they believe in your ideas and goals and how you're going to achieve it, how you're going to solve the problem and make the world a little bit better. So, but they also want bottom line, are you actually getting visibility, right? They're giving you money. You're not going to be wasting this and being stuck in the middle of the ocean and not being able to respond. So getting visibility so that people can see what you're building. You can build the best things in sliced bread and people don't know about it or even understand what you're saying. That's why messaging is so important as part of marketing. That's why getting visibility is important there. And then acquiring a strong user base that once you acquire them and get them in, which is the easiest part, getting them in that's strong enough that other people are like, what's going on? I want to be a part of that too. Let me have a trial, or maybe actually let me see what's, I want to be a part of that network as well. And then making sure that once they're in there, you convert them into sales. This is the simplest way of looking at growth hacking, the first three. Obviously, there's more, but to make it simple, this is what I would actually look and target if you're actually looking to see, funding or actually just making it profitable for your business. Now, everyone's seen this famous growth curve before. In the very beginning, you want to be more strategic and you're trying to have more sustainable growth. And then all of a sudden there's unsustainable tactical growth here. That means basically paid ads. There's some actually, a famous person helping you, press, all that is spikes. Understand that those are temporary. Don't get into those vanity metrics, but vanity metrics are still important because it's also a measure of some type of metrics to see how customers are responding, but it is not the end all be all. So that's what they mean when they say vanity metrics, but don't think that that should be disregarded at all. Okay. And moving on, what is the growth framework that I actually have made it successful for me to actually help respond to investors who have already invested in companies I worked with, and also how this can benefit you for when you're pitching. So this is a growth framework, and I want you to look at 2 layers because it can be very overwhelming. If you can answer any of these questions, when you're going through these layers, this is going to help you get more funding. Also, literally, funding is not always all success unless you're in specific industry that requires a little bit more heavy capital in the very beginning, such as SaaS. But if you're in a different business that maybe that you can actually be profitable since day one, and that you're able to actually take that money and invest it back into the company, that's even better for you because then you can actually do a little bit more experimentations without being stuck with whatever partnership you have with investors. Also, that's very important that I do let you know that when you're selecting who you're being invested by, that they have the same mindset as you, and making sure that the terms are exactly what you are signing up for. It is literally a marriage, a partnership that has to be cohesive throughout the entire term. So layer one is typical. What you get is acquisition, engagement, retention, referral, and monetization. And then obviously layer two, what are the analytics and insights and technology? If you separate these two, then you're going to be able to understand and break this down. So, you will do retargeting, partnership, conversion, and international, how you're going to target that. If you're only doing domestic, then obviously you can just delete this part until a little bit later. So acquisition, typical, these are top, little items here that you want to focus on: PR, SEO, content marketing, and performance marketing with paid ads. And then engagement, how do you get that? Activation, onboarding, lifecycle marketing, and any activity notifications, and creating a community, obviously. And then referral, how you do, invite friends, social sharing prompts. This might not apply to you. Again, I'm actually speaking this more industry agnostic, because you guys could be, either a mobile app, you could be more consumer based, but if you're more, B2B, you can do it in a different way. Like, instead of saying invite friends, it could be rewarding, business referrals or something like that. Or actually inviting their consumers to actually do certain things that is in your, business model. And then how do you monetize this? Actually understanding how to, have payment processing. What is the pricing model? I'm going to tell you, on average, companies spend about 6 hours on pricing and total for the whole month. And it's surprising, right? And most customers spend more than hours, 6 hours. They spend weeks, sometimes months, to define what that pricing is and what their budget is. So the biggest lack that I see in a lot of companies and startups is that they don't spend enough time on pricing. So I would actually suggest highly, whatever your business model is, to understand what that pricing is, how the payment processing is, and more of a smooth user experience in collecting that monetization model that you have. All right, moving on is that analytics and insights. Understand, what are you measuring? Understand the sentiment, the A/B testing, multivariate. How are you accounting for user segmentation? And we can go down and deeper in that. Don't get caught up because of all these little items here. You can make it as simple as possible just to understand the tracking. It's basic insights of are you going in the right direction? Just when you were doing science projects back in the day, there's a hypothesis. You're doing some testing to see if you're in the right direction. Or if you get lost in the forest, and are you taking the few steps forward to making sure this is the right direction, or is it dangerous to go in this direction because there's some dangerous animals? So you have to make tiny little steps to basically to give you insights if you're in the right direction. If you continue to go blindly, you might go too far that you have to go backtrack, and that's not what you want. So the whole point here is to get insights so you know that you're going the right direction. And then at the end of the day, don't go all heavy and crazy about which technology stack that you should be using. You should only purchase and leverage yourself with technology so that it can actually make you more efficient and go and grow. That is the whole point. Don't just think that having a tech stack will make you more successful. And there's a lot of tech stack that are affordable and free. So you might want to look at Product Hunt. There's a lot of companies that are building out that are a little bit more adaptable to today's times. That's something that you see. Monday.com is out there for collaboration. It might be expensive to some companies, and there are alternatives such as, startinfinity.com, where you pay one flat rate and you have it until you die, literally. So that's an example there. So finding really awesome startups to support them, as well as using them to support your own company. So this is the overview of the framework so that you understand that how this growth framework works. And then what is the experimentation across the 3 pillars of growth? So I want you to know that you can simplify this after knowing those 2 layers, that these are the things that you need to focus on. Product, at the end of the day, that's your bread and butter. What are you selling? If you're a service, let's say, then that's your middle part. That's what you're selling. That's why people are here and coming to you. But people only understand what that is. What is your branding? They have to have an emotional connection, or they have to understand what you're selling about. Make it so simple that they get it, that they realize, oh my God, where's you been all my life? And that this is going to help my business, especially if it's B2B. B2C, it's a different type of tactic of how you make them want it and need it at the same time. And analytics is basically knowing if you're in the right direction and actually responding quickly when your customers are actually diverting in a different direction. So again, these are the items. You can go through each of the items on how to respond to each of these 3 pillars. If you do that, you have to experiment all across 3 pillars: analyze, identify, and prioritize and test. Then you're able to understand if you're a product market fit at any point that you may not, like you may lose that product market fit if you don't understand these 3 parts. And then what is the growth engine? To wrap this up, is basically once you're able to identify which direction you're going, you're actually going to inject engines in it, right? This engine is actually to help you grow and eventually scale. This is where the long term is, but also you can inject this early on. If you build it in the very beginning, this is your foundation. This is what investors like to see. These are also for your sake as well, to actually scale and get a lot of revenue. So basically 3 parts of the growth engine: get it sticky, viral, and paid. Sticky means people want to come back and want to use it again, and make it viral in such a way people love and talk about it. And then what are the paid, when you need to inject paid ads into it. So this is your product. And these are the different levels of each of the departments of your business. And the product reaches to the customers. And in the product, there's a website and landing pages. You want it flow into the product. Why do we have landing pages versus a website? It's not a versus, but it's both. Website is basically generally speaking to what your product is about. Landing pages is speaking to specific customers. And then, yeah.
Thank you so much. I apologize. So to prevent running long, especially because the next speaker has a hard stop, what I would ask is everybody, if you have questions for Carol, or would like to see more of her slides, please connect with her on LinkedIn or her other socials, and she will be able to get you any questions answered, any information that you need. I'm so sorry I had to cut you off, but we're going to run at risk of going long.
Oh, okay. I'm going to cut it short here. So basically, it's just a flow of the growth engine. But if you guys want to connect with me, here's my information. I guess we had a little mishap in the very beginning, so it ate up some of my time. So I apologize for that. But basically, it was a fire hose of a lot of information. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. Here's my information and my email.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you for so much for having me, and hope this was beneficial to everyone, and look forward to seeing you out on the internet.
Carol, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Everybody, please connect with Carol on LinkedIn, Twitter, offline. If you have any questions, reach out to her or drop them in the chat. I'd like to present our next speaker, Jorge Gamboa. He is the founder of, excuse me if I've mispronounced it, Jorge, Magellan.
Mm-mm.
And,
That's
Magellan
right.
is making remote meetings more effective, a B2B productivity tool. So Jorge, he will be speaking over growing ARR from 0 to 1 million. And I'd like to pass the mic over to you, Jorge. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Javy. And then you pronounce it perfectly. Most people call me George, and it's Jorge. So thank you.
It's funny. I have the same issue.
So
People call me Javier or Javier, so you were one of the few people that actually got it right in hobby.
nice. Yeah, I think I recognize the pain. So I took a shot. Awesome. And so for my discussion, like I'm gonna have much more of a discussion. Like if people have questions and they want to put them in the chat, I'm happy to respond, because I'm going to be talking about my experiences, growing revenue from $0 to 1.1 ARR. But what I'm trying to do is convey general frameworks, but ultimately people are going to have specific questions about them and their issues, and I want to help out as much as possible. So if people want to put a question in the chat, like I want to make this more interactive, more of a dialogue. And given that we have about 22 minutes, I don't want to save it for the very end. So just want to put that out there.
Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely I'll keep an eye out on the chat if you kind of just want to start speaking, and then you should have access to the chat as well. But maybe I'll stop you if the question comes in or not, just to be efficient.
Yeah,
if that works for you.
please do. Yeah. So yeah, that sounds great. So I'll keep my eye on the chat, but please feel free to jump in if I miss something or I'm ignoring it. So for this conversation, I really want to focus on like 4 major lessons learned, and I'm coming at growth from a sales perspective. So I'm a salesperson. I manage a sales team of 6, and I was the first sales hire at Dorky, where we ended up raising $7 million in funding, and now we're set to be acquired over the next month or 2. So for a first-time founder and a first-time founding team, that's a success that everyone on the team is really, really proud of. And so the major learnings were, how do you build a sales process from scratch? Because I had never worked in the industry, and neither had the CEO. How do you balance the need to grow as quickly as possible while protecting your runway? And also, how do you dream big, but at the same time do so in moderation so that you aren't crushed by your dreams? And how do you get to that, like cross that mythical threshold of $1 million ARR, which seems to be that what you need to do to get to the Series A or to get an acquisition? So right now, the market's saying between 1 million to 3 million ARR is that sweet spot of getting that Series A funding, which is where a lot of startups fall short. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. And starting with the sales process from scratch, I think this is an area where I had no experience before, because I'd always joined large companies where we knew every stage of the process. We knew what the discovery questions were. We had our marketing collateral. Like, there was a system in place, and I would just jump in and learn as much as possible, modify it from my style, and run with it. Whereas at Dorky, we had one client, and we had 260. We were a residential leasing platform for New York City landlords. And so we had to figure everything out. And so obviously the goal of every sales process is to get from 0 to 1 as quickly as possible, but you have to be responsive to the market and your client's needs. And what do I mean by that? Well, we would meet with landlords, and these are the CEOs of the companies. They own all the properties, and they said, yes, we want to use Dorky, and you need to talk to Joey in leasing to get my units on the platform. So at this point, we're like, all right, we've closed the deal, and now we have a client. And we would get to this meeting with Joey and would say, hey, Joey, we need A, B, C, and D from you to get you onto our platform. And then nothing would happen. And so we'd inevitably like go back to the CEO and say, hey, Joey's not giving us access like you needed. And he would make the request again. And we're like, okay, like now Joey's definitely going to comply, and nothing would happen again. And we were really baffled by this, because, whenever a boss tells me to do something, I do it, right? Like, my job's on the line, like my reputation. But for some reason in this industry, which is real estate, it was like, okay to ignore a direct command from the CEO when it came to this area of leasing. So we had to like adjust to the market, where it's okay, getting a yes from the CEO isn't the end of the sale, it's the beginning of the process, and we need to sell the leasing staff. And when we adjusted to that new reality, suddenly the deal started progressing further. So sell to the CEO, he sends you to the leasing staff, you need to sell the leasing staff again, and we're able to actually close the deal and move forward. And so when building something from scratch, your goal should be to have a vision of what the close looks like and do so as quickly as possible, but have the flexibility and the willingness to adjust to what the market's doing. And the market's going to tell you whether you're succeeding or not in as little as like 3 to 4 reps. So that's one of the major lessons learned, is that to be flexible and responsive to the market, while at the same time always pushing to have as short a sales process as possible. Another thing that I wish I'd understood sooner is the need to document everything. Because if you document your sales process from, here are the discovery notes that we have, which that I do fairly well, but here are the different stages. Here are the major lessons I've learned. Here are the major value props that we have. And here are the sales scripts. It's going to make the transition when you hire a team so much faster. right? When the CEO hired me, he didn't have any of this, so I had to build it from scratch. And I think it would have been beneficial for us as a company to have that documented so that when he handed over the sales process to me, I would have been able to get more up to speed quicker, and then run with it even faster and build on it. Because it's always easier to build something when you're looking at something that already exists, right? Starting with a blank page is always it can be a little bit scary for some people. So my lesson learned is you want to document everything as much as possible so that when you hand over the reins of your sales process to your first sales hire, they can iterate on that process and make it improve on it. And then when they start hiring new salespeople, they're going to be able to ramp even quicker. So when you're starting from scratch, you want to have a vision of what good looks like, but you want to be adaptable to the market and you want to document everything. So I'm going to go into balancing speed versus protecting runway, but I also want to give everyone just like a brief pause to ask any questions or any thoughts about what it takes to go from 0 to 1 on the sales process. Cool. All right. So that's like what it takes to build your sales process. Now balancing speed versus protecting your runway. Now I think Carol had a really interesting point that there's a lot of free tools out there that applies for sales as well. You know, HubSpot CRM is totally free. Their sales automation tool is pretty affordable, but I've actually sort of come to the other conclusion. And everyone's circumstance is different, but I for my first year at Dorky was fiendish about protecting runway, which means that I used the free CRM at HubSpot and I used their sales automation tool, which was $50 a month. And I used that for about a year and we were closing clients. We had a repeatable sales process. And when it came time to start hiring team members, that's when I realized I want to hire them and use the best in class solutions. So I had to transition from HubSpot to Salesforce. And then from HubSpot sales automation tool to Outreach or Sales Ops, which I can't recommend enough. They are by far the best in the market. They cost about $100 per month. And in that transition, it just took up a lot of time, energy, and effort to transition from those solutions to the others. And so now in my own company, I'm restarting this process all over again. And I came to the conclusion that if you or someone on your team is going to spend a substantial portion of time on sales, my recommendation, obviously it depends on your budget and your needs and how much time you're going to spend on sales, but my recommendation is if you're spending a substantial part of your time on sales, to just start with the best in class solutions, go with Salesforce, go with an Outreach or Sales Loft, and spend an extra $1,500 to $2,000 a year. That's what the tools are going to cost you. However, the value you're going to get from not having to then switch over to them in a year or two or however long it's going to take, which you're going to have to do at some point as you hire more people. And then the opportunity cost of not using those best in class solutions from the get go far outweighs the extra money. Now, the particulars depends on do you have the $2,000 to spend, right? Obviously, it depends on your budget and your needs, but my suggestion is to go best in class from the beginning, because then when you hire people, you don't have to transition and you don't have to get everything set up. So for sales automations, you're going to have your email templates already saved so that your reps can look at them and duplicate them. You're already going to have like all of the data stored so that they can review it and analyze it and say, okay, here's like the value props that resonated most. Here are the email subject lines that got the most opens. Here are the call to actions that got the most replies, versus having to manage the pain of losing that data, which we did, and is inevitable as you transition from one system to the other, because it's hard to transfer all your data. At some point, you're going to accidentally erase something, and that would be my suggestion: is really spend the money for best-in-class solutions earlier rather than later. And then on the sales side, I think there's a question that I got a lot, which is, do you want to use an outsourced SDR service to get more meetings? And I actually never did until the very end of my 3 years at Dorky. And when we did, I realized I should have done it sooner. So a typical outsourced SDR solution is going to cost anywhere from like $3,000 to $5,000 a month, depending on who you buy and what results you want to get. And my advice to founders is that an outsourced SDR service absolutely accelerates growth. So you want to use it in two instances. One, when you're ready to accelerate growth. So is your product delivering value that it promises it's going to deliver? And when you get a client on board, are they sticking around, beyond 3 to 4 months? So if your product's delivering value and if your clients are sticking around, and then the third option is, and what messaging resonates, what subject lines gets opened, how to get first meetings. If you have those learnings, then it's absolutely worth it, assuming you have the budget, to use an outsourced SDR to accelerate your growth. Because at the end of the day, they are going to help you get more clients quicker. And that's what investors want to see. And that's what they're paying for, so that they can say, all right, if I give Dorky or if I give Jorge more money, they're going to get that hockey stick growth. So while outsourced SDR services are way more expensive and it's a much trickier decision to make, if you have a product that's good, if your clients stick around, and if you know your value props to get meetings, you should absolutely consider it, especially that crucial like 6 months before you fundraise, so they can see that up trajectory up and to the right, and make things better. Cool. So that's sort of where I fall in terms of speed of growth by best-in-class solutions and outsourcing help and protecting runway. Again, we have 10 minutes left here. I want to give a brief pause for any questions, and then I'll kind of continue to how to manage expectations so that they don't crush you. Okay, cool, great. Now the other pitfall is you're starting your company, you're building your team, you guys are dreaming big, right? No one quits their cushy job making a healthy 6-figure salary to be an early employee or to start a company if they don't think that they can turn this in to something that's huge, something that could be millions or billions of dollars. But I think there is a caveat, which is you want to dream big in moderation. And what do I mean? I think there's a book out there that I love by Grant Cardone called The 10X Rule. And if you haven't read it, you should read it. It's exceptional. But there's basically 3 premises to this book. One is that you play to the level of your dreams, right? So big dreams inspire big action, which I absolutely agree. The second premise is that it's going to take you way more time, energy, and effort than you realize to achieve your goal. Therefore, whatever your goal is, you need to 10x it. And the third premise is that whatever goal you set, you're going to fall short, right? So like his general rule is we fall about 80 to 90% short of our goals, which again is why you need to 10x them. Because if you 10x them and you fall short, you're going to be well above where you would have been had you not 10x your goals. So that's the premise of the book. You should read it. Grant does an incredible job. It's super motivating, very informative. And my CEO and I aligned on this vision. But I think there can be negative consequences to 10xing it. So our version of 10xing the goal was within our first year. Remember, we had 1 client, we had 264 units. We set the goal to within a year and a half having 100,000 units, which would have been 10% of the New York residential market within 1 year. Now, my CEO and I knew this was an impossible goal or a nearly impossible goal. But our goal was to push ourselves to perform at the highest possible level. But what it did was it pushed me to focus my efforts on landlords that could, give us 10,000, 15,000 units, which I did. I was able to close 5 of the top 20 residential landlords in New York City. So in that way, the goal absolutely helped. But in the beginning, because the goal was so big, it made me neglect the smaller deals, which for our business model was super important. So landlords with 200 units, 300 units that were more likely to close faster, I was sort of pushing them by the wayside. And it wasn't until I had a conversation with the co-founder who asked me, how's sales going, Jorge? I was like, great, I've got this big deal, this big deal, this big deal. But I got a couple landlords interested. They only had 200 units. I'm just like not going to bother with them. And it was in that conversation, he said, Jorge, you absolutely need to pay attention to them. Let's bring them on board and let's revisit this goal. And after that conversation, we sort of readjusted the 100,000 unit goal, understanding that it's leading to negative consequences. And so my suggestion is to sort of modify the Grant Cardone's 10x rule a little bit to double and triple your goal. So I would say set the goal of what do I need to achieve to comfortably get to the next level of funding. So if I know that I need at least $1 million in ARR to get a Series A, well, I want to then hit 2 to 3 million, and you set whatever goal is aggressive. And then you talk to your sales leader or whoever you hire and say, look, this is our goal, right? It's going to be 2 million, right? Or let's say you want to say, all right, let's go back. I know I need $1 million of ARR to get a Series A. I'm going to triple that goal to make sure that it's very comfortable. So 3 million ARR. You tell your sales leader, look, our goal is 3 million. And to get to this goal, you are going to need to double it some more. So you should aim for 6 million ARR. And so now we're at about like 6x the original goal. And again, this is to create enough gap between what you actually want to achieve and what you're setting your targets as to make sure that you clear this hurdle easily. But you do not want it to be so great that it actually crushes you and brings everything down. And that was one thing that by the end at Dorky, we actually managed well, but it took us 2.5 years of major pain to get there. And I would say, don't wait, get there a lot sooner. Okay, now we have 5 more minutes. And I want to give a pause right there if anyone has any questions about setting aggressive targets and dreaming big, but dreaming in moderation. Okay, cool. Now getting to $1 million in ARR, right? This is a super cool part. This is what everyone's dreaming about. To do so, you have to have a repeatable sales process. That means that when I get a lead or an introductory meeting, I can call my shots. I can say, like, there's an 80% chance this deal is going to close. There's a 20% chance this deal is going to close, and bring people from the beginning of the sales pipeline all the way to the end repeatedly. You need to have your stages of your sales and your marketing collateral ready, as well as being able to deliver on your process. Once you have the ability to predict which deals will close or not, that's when you need to start hiring your team. Because without the ability to predict which deals will close and with a certain level of confidence, you have to really ask yourself, what am I and what is my sales leader going to teach the rest of the sales team, right? If you're still trying to figure out your sales process, which, by the way, this is a process that never ends. You're going to be constantly iterating, constantly improving, and that should be from beginning all the way to the end of the company. But if you can't, with a level of certainty, say, I'm going to close that deal. This deal's because of X, Y, Z reason, or this deal's a bad deal because of X, Y, Z, then you do not have a repeatable sales process, and it's too soon to begin ramping up your sales team. But once you do have a repeatable sales process, you have everything documented. The goal is to hire people in twos, and it's crucial to hire people in twos for multiple reasons. One is it creates a level of healthy competition. Two is they're going to be measuring themselves. This is related to the competition point, but they're going to be constantly measuring themselves against each other and pushing each other to perform at higher and higher levels. And the second thing is they also now have someone to turn to for help and advice, because it can be overwhelming or intimidating to go to your boss or to go to the CEO of a company and say, hey, I need help on this, or I need to help learn this. You want to create a culture where it's absolutely acceptable to do so, but there's just certain levels of silly questions where it's much easier to ask a peer than to ask a boss. So not only does it lead to healthy competition, but it accelerates the reps ramp time, and it creates a level of accountability where they can't just coast and be the top rep. So that would be my advice to everyone, is to hire in twos at a minimum. Obviously, if you want to hire in 3 or 4, like, even better. But at a minimum, try to hire in 2. And if you can't, wait. And then try to create a sales culture that's competitive, but it's friendly competition. So you're not trying to destroy them. You're not trying to win at all costs. We're trying to make everyone better. And yeah, that's sort of the approach I would take. And if you do that, you can get there. So by the end, we had 6 reps at Dorky, and I hired 1 rep. That's where I learned, like, you want to hire 2 reps, although she actually ended up being uh, my. All right, Jacob's question is, tell me a life hack of how to minimize the risk of business failure. And I will try to answer that in 60 seconds. I mean, my success in sales has been a willingness to do whatever it takes, whether I like it or not. So that means putting in the hours, putting in the work, and then being willing to slow down to speed up. That's actually something I tell my reps all the time. Like, in sales is a numbers game, and it's a bit art and science. But if you don't take a moment to step back and analyze, how can I make my process more efficient? How can I improve it? Then you're never going to improve. You're just going to, like, be running as fast as you can at your same terminal velocity, right? So you need to, it's counterintuitive, but you need to, on a weekly, monthly basis, analyze, what can I do better, and constantly be willing to experiment. And I would say those 2 things, willingness to do whatever it takes, willingness to experiment, and willingness to take a step back and analyze things to see, how can I improve, and then doing the things I say, have been what have led to my greatest successes. So, Jacob, I hope that helps answer your question a little bit. Now I have to hop, and I'm sorry to do this to you guys. I'm going to put my email in the chat here so that anyone can email me or reach out to me on LinkedIn. Happy to help out. And Javy, how do I actually do this? Don't know how to actually type in this chat. So if you could just drop
I
my
will do
email in,
that
that'd
for
be
you.
great.
I know you have to run, but Jorge, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Very insightful. Yeah, connect with Jorge on LinkedIn. Are you on Twitter?
I am on Twitter. I'm not as active, but you can find me at Jorge. It's JA Gamboa 7 on Twitter.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks again, Jorge. Have a great day.
You too, Javy. Take care, guys.
How's everyone doing? Please feel free to put in the chat what you've liked the most about the first 3 speakers. What have you learned? What's something new that you want to implement into your business? I want to bring in my co-host Jenna back into the conversation so she can present our next speaker. In the meantime, yeah. Any questions? Does anyone have any questions for any of the speakers that have gone up, or for our next upcoming speaker, Mark Chamberlain? Not everyone at once. If you've liked this event so far, please share the link on your social, LinkedIn, Twitter. Show us a little bit of love and share with your friends and colleagues, and hopefully they can get some insight as well. And I don't know where my co-host Jenna may be. I think she might have stepped out for a second, but we're gonna actually take a break here very soon, in about 30 minutes or so. So thank you all for everyone that has tuned in, and we will be back shortly.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from break. We're excited to see you back after your lunch. We have our next speaker coming on in just a moment. We just want to give him a chance to get logged back in because, of course, we did all, take a quick minute to go hopefully eat some food or, grab a cup of coffee or whatever it may be. So while we wait for Mark to be all set to go, I'm curious kind of what folks are thinking so far. Does anybody have any big takeaways that have kind of resonated with them? If you do, I'd love for you to throw them in the chat. I'd love to see what they are so we can talk about them, learn from them. I think everybody's going to get different things out of the speakers over the next 2 days. There are definitely things that I am taking away, especially as somebody new to this, because funding is a new thing. I always worked for really big, like enterprise level companies, Fortune 100, until I joined a startup. So I'm learning what kind of my powers that be have gone through to kind of raise funds to keep things going. And it looks like Mark is here. So we are all set to jump in and see Mark's talk. Just a real quick, brief introduction to Mark Chamberlain. He is an author. He is a Colonial Life's benefit counselor, a speaker, vision board mastermind, university founder. So he's founded all sorts of really interesting things and has a history of military service. So we certainly thank you for your service as well.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited to be here, and I've taken several pages of notes. And one thing that hit me, when you take a look at the visual behind me, we're going to talk about client copier, donor duplication, how to fill rooms with your ideal prospects and not spend any money. And the one visual that I have there with me driving the bus, when I was taking notes about the average funding being $386,000 and the turnaround time being months. One of the things that we're going to talk about in this presentation is an experience that I had where I thought it would be neat to fill a bus with individuals that had $1 million liquid each, 50 people. And I did that. I filled the bus. I had them together for 9 hours for a conversation, not 30 seconds, not 2 minutes, not 5 minutes, 9 hours. And what we're going to talk about in this presentation is how I did it, and more importantly, how you can do the same kind of thing. So let's cross our fingers and see if I can get this thing open. Say a little prayer.
I see it.
Okay.
Just gotta move it full screen. Perfect.
Okay. Now, again, what we're going to talk about is how to fill rooms with your ideal client, with your ideal customer, with your ideal employee, and not spend any money. And, here's the agenda. The first couple minutes, what I'm going to do is talk about stretching intellectually, because some of the things that I'm going to say may resonate with this audience because of the success they've had. You may say, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I understand it. But some of the concepts may be new, may be foreign. So again, what we're going to spend a couple minutes on is stretching intellectually. The next thing is we're going to give specific examples of how I've done what I'm talking about, and more importantly, how members of this audience can do the same kind of thing. And in the last session, the last couple minutes, we're going to talk about sequential sales. How you can sell products that you don't own and get revenue for it. And, I'm just thinking, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I did not say thank you to Andrei for the invitation to make this presentation. When you take a look at who he is, what he's accomplished, and what this event is, it's breathtaking. So, Andrei, thank you very much. Now, I love I can't look at this without smiling. Everybody on this call is very busy. So what I'm going to say may get some people to shake their heads. What I'm going to talk about is, or what I'm going to suggest, is that you take time each day, every day, to do some daydreaming, to do some stretching intellectually. And I can hear some of the people saying, hey, Mark, I'm a busy person. I don't have time for this. That's baloney. But, so what I'm suggesting is you start slow, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and do some daydreaming, do some what if thinking. And the results that you get will be incredible. Now, this is a picture of my maternal grandfather, Mark Krupp. He was a politician. He was a farmer. And he taught me how to see the future. He taught me about vision casting. Now, he didn't use the phrase vision casting, but I'm going to give you a specific example of what I'm talking about and what he taught me. Now, when I was a little kid, he gave me a magnifying glass. That's me as a little kid. And he said, Mark, we are what we focus on. And the more you focus on something, the better you see it. So if we focus on the possibilities, if we focus on vision casting, if we focus on what if thinking, it's incredible what we can achieve. Now, here is an example. I said again, he was a politician. He was a farmer. I grew up on a farm. And, the one time when I was a little kid, he took me around the farm, and there was like a section, maybe 5 acres. It was a swamp. And I'm a little kid. And, this is what we saw, cows and swamp. And he took me around here. Again, this is from a vision casting perspective. All I could see was cows and a swamp. And he counted the number of springs in this swamp, told me what a spring was, how it worked. And then he said, Mark, what we're going to do is I'm going to create a pond for you and the kids. He had a whole bunch of grandkids to swim in. Now, again, one of the things that I'm going to talk about, and I'll give a little bit more detail later on, is the word Amish, like the Amish farmers, building a community around your ideas so that people come together for a common good. And here's the cool thing. They don't charge any money for it. Now, as I said, my grandfather was a farmer. He was a politician. He knew a whole lot of people. So he reached out to a neighbor, a friend, a buddy, and he just said, his name was Hale Bronson. And he said, hey, Hale, the swamp on the farm? Yeah, I know the swamp. How about some weekend you come by with some of your equipment and, help me dredge out the swamp? Hale shook his hand and said, Mark, I'd be glad to help you. That was my grandfather's name, Mark Krupp. He brought the equipment. That's my brother and me on the bulldozer. That's me waving. That's me on the dock after the swamp has been turned into a pond. That's my grandfather fishing. You can see the dock isn't all done yet. And the purpose of these 3 slides, again, is just to show you visually what I'm talking about when I talk about vision casting and the ability to see things that don't exist yet. And don't put any limits on your thought process. This is another thing that we're going to talk about with stretching. My first full-time employer was a guy by the name of John McCall. He was an incredible person, and he lived and worked with a phrase win-win. He would tell us in every situation, the other person has to win first. That man or woman wins first, then we win. It was just like a broken record, but I love the guy. And in our lives, that's what we should do. In our business, that's what we should do. When we're looking at a business prospect or a business opportunity, the other person has to win first. Now, I mentioned the meditation. And again, we're all busy people. And, some people say, hey, Mark, I don't have time for that. Like, you don't understand the pressures I'm under. Years ago, I met Jack Canfield, and Mr. Canfield is a best-selling author. He sold over 500 million books. He's got a family. He's got employees. And what he does a day, every day, is daydreams. He meditates. He takes time to do this. And, the things that you can accomplish when you do this are breathtaking. Now, one of the things that we have to watch out for is something I call dream stealers. And dream stealers can be your family, your friends, your coworkers, can be strangers. And you got to be careful when you come up with an idea, any kind of an idea, because they care for you. They're going to tell you why you can't do it. You're too young, you're too old, you're a man, you're a woman, you're a minority. There are all kinds of reasons. They're dream stealers. They don't want to hurt you. They want to protect you. And there are phrases that I use that I call them killer phrases. I'm too, it's too, you're too, well, you see. And lots of times, when we're presented with a new idea, reflexively, without even thinking, we say, well, I'm too busy to take a look at something new. Or I'm too old, or I'm too young, or you're too young, or well, you see, that won't work in Philadelphia, or that won't work in San Francisco. So you got to be careful and protect yourself against dream stealers. And again, dream stealers are people that care about you, that love you. Now, I love this. We got those phrases again, the killer phrases. When I was just getting started in business, I reached out to a guy, there's a local business guy, self-made. He had an 8th grade education. And at the time of his passing, it was worth around $100 million. So I cold called, I'll say that again. I cold called this gentleman. And I just said, Mr. Pollock, my name is Mark Chamberlain. I've got a business idea. I was wondering if at some point in time I might bounce it off you and get your opinion. There was a pause, and he said, how about today? It took my breath away. And that's what if thinking. And when I got in front of him, I made my presentation. He listened very quietly, took notes, and then here is what he said. And I'm going to repeat this through the whole presentation. It's breathtaking. He said, Mark, what you got to do is whenever you come up with a new opportunity, get together with yourself and a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and write down on a yellow tablet, what if? What if I could raise $100 million? What if I could double my income? What if I could quadruple my production? And he said, don't put any limits on that what if question. It's just you and a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. And then he said, because you're alone with you and the yellow tablet, how can I do this? And again, he said, don't put any limits, don't put any constraints on your thought process. Then he said, and he kind of leaned back in his chair and he laughed and he said, Mark, he said, this idea that you have is interesting, but I got to tell you, you may fail. You may fall flat on your face. And he said, the what if is that. You got to consider that. What if I fail? What if, people say, hey, Mark Chamberlain, what a turkey. Did you hear what he tried to do? What a jerk. And what Mr. Pollock said was, if you can handle people laughing in your face, laughing behind your back, and say, so what? Then you go for it. Now, this was in the 1970s, and back in the 1970s, people read magazines. I was a salesman. These publications covered the market and the territory and the kind of people that I wanted to sell to. So I did my research, I did my homework, and my idea was taking out full page ads in these publications. Now think about that for a second. That's insane. Somebody that's just getting started, that doesn't have any money, that doesn't have any contacts, that doesn't have any information, taking out full page ads in national publications. That's a picture of me when I had hair. There was a little tear out you could send in the thing. So again, the purpose of these slides are just to illustrate, the vision casting, the what if thinking. Now, after I retired from Merrill Lynch, I wrote a book on vision casting, and I'm doing workshops. I've done them for Aflac, for Colonial, for other companies. And with a vision casting perspective, what I've done is create a QR code so that when any person is having a cup of coffee, he or she can scan the code and it takes you to my website. And the coffee cup have the phrases, what if, how, what if, so what? So that as a person is drinking coffee every day, it reinforces the way you think, the positive thinking. Now, something else that I talk about, and I touched on before with the Amish, this is a huge audience, maybe global in its scope. So some people may not be familiar with the concept of Amish, but the Amish is a community where they come together for free to build barns for one another. They don't charge any fee. It's just out of a sense of community. Now, I take that concept and I apply it to business, creating a community around your project, and I'll say this slowly, creating a community around your project so that people come together and work for you for free because they want to. Now, again, on the what if thinking, and we're talking about marketing your business, getting the word out there, letting people know who you are, what you do. One of the things that Mr. Canfield talked about was, and again, think about this before, when he was a nobody, when he was just getting started. He talked about, you, and I'm talking to you, my audience right now, you're a commodity, you're a package, you have value. So what he would do, and what I've done, is you cold call radio stations. They have talk shows, they have news programs, and you say your name and you say to them, you got to be honest, you say, I have some content that I think can help your viewers or your listeners or both. Now, what's going to happen sometimes is people are going to hang up on you. What's going to happen sometimes is they're going to say no. But this is a picture of me on a radio talk show. Again, reach out to the radio programs and just say, I've got great content that may be of interest to your listeners. You can do the same thing with television. That's me at a TV show. And again, my cost to get on these shows to share my message was the time it takes to make a phone call. So this is a marketing tool that's available for all of you at any time. Something else that I talk about is Mark's math. And, I'm going to talk a little bit about the reticular activating system a little bit later on. But, when you look at that without even thinking, you say, well, the answer is 50. And what I teach and what I share is not necessarily, that 150 might be 150,000, might be 150 million, might be 1.5 billion. And, the answer to this might be 100 and 225s. So whenever you come up with an opportunity and someone says, well, that's going to cost 100,000 or 100 million or 1 billion, just sit down and do Mark's math and think about ways that you can divide that and create Amish and have other people pay that for you. And, again, it's other people's money, other people's building, other people's equipment. What we're talking about here is developing a strategy where people will let you use their money, people will let you use their building, their equipment for free. Think Amish. Now, this picture I love. When you look at this picture in my workshops, I say, what do you see? And, the answer is, well, 2 little kids. And I say, do you see doctors? Do you see lawyers? Do you see bankers? Do you see criminals? What do you see? And the answer is, at this stage, they're a blank slate. They don't know anything. They don't have any preferences. They don't have any prejudices. But here's the cool thing, and I'll say this slowly. Every person alive has something called the reticular activating system. It's part of our brain. And as we receive and perceive information, we store some things and we get rid of others. We create patterns. We create routines. Some of you, when you get up in the morning, you go to Dunkin' Donut, or you go the same way to work every time. I love this picture. When you think of the Wild West, and again, I understand there may be people on here from Paris or Germany or wherever, but when you think about the Wild West, you think people get in the wagon trains and go out west. The fact is they went the same way every time, to the extent that if you Google later today, Wagon Wheel Rut State Park, you'll see the wagon wheels where the trains went the same way every way. And this is the way that our brain works. We establish patterns, we establish routines, we establish habits. And what I suggest is that we break out of those patterns. Now, a couple of visuals that I'll share with you, and then we'll get into the referral technique. Again, here's another picture, and I say, what do you see? And somebody might say, well, I see a person that's visually impaired. What if, get back to the what if, how, what if, so what? What if we created a baseball team for people that are visually impaired? Forget it, visually impaired, blind, can't see. What they've done is they've created a ball that beeps. It makes noise. And when you go to one of these games, there's no talking, there's no cheering, there's no clapping, because what the batter is doing, who is blind, who can't see, he or she is listening for the beeping ball, and they swing the ball And sometimes, like any batter, they hit the ball. And there are people in the outfield that catch the ball sometimes. And here's the cool thing. After you hit the ball, you run the bases. And somebody might say, well, how does a blind person run bases? The bases beep. So again, this is another idea of vision casting, saying things that don't exist. Now, I love this picture. This is another one. I say, what do you see? And a lot of people will say, well, I see a person, or a child rather, that's physically challenged. The cool thing about this, well, today's a man, this person's parents was, from birth, they said, you're special. And I don't mean special needs. They said, you're special. And I'll say, this is incredible. They said to this child from birth, there are no limits to what you can do or be. Take a look at that picture. There are no limits to what you can do or be. And when he was a little kid, the kids like to skateboard, so they bought him a skateboard. And you can't quite see it, but attached to his bottom is a foot. So he would literally skateboard with his foot. Now, I've said lots of times, I'm happily married, like 48 years. I have no idea how women think. From birth, when he was growing up, he thought, I'm going to marry an attractive woman. I'm going to have a family. That's him with his first child, his wife with his second child. They now have 4 children. Hold on, it gets better. He's a motivational speaker that travels around the world giving motivational speeches. That's him in front of 10,000 people. So again, the point of me talking about the reticular activating system and stretching intellectually is, lots of times when we're presented with opportunities, some people see problems. And what I'm suggesting is, again, think what if, how, what if, so what. Now, here are the examples. Steps to duplicate your ideal client, customer, donor, employee. What I want you to do is take the time to sit down and give some thought to what your ideal customer looks for. Or if you're looking for startup money, what that person looks like. If you're involved with a nonprofit and you want to get more money for the nonprofit, what does your ideal donor look like? Take time. One of the things that, when I was at the old Merrill Lynch, we used to go to workshops, and you'd qualify. You'd have to hit certain levels of production. When you did, you'd get to meet some of the top people in the country, in the company country. And we were at a workshop the one time, a couple hundred of us in the audience, and the speaker said, I need a volunteer. Anybody stand up. And, somebody stood up and he said, now don't say too much, but tell me what industry your favorite client is, the person that just lights you up when you see their name on the phone. And the guy thought for a second and he said, car dealerships. And the speaker said, how many car dealerships do you have in your book? And the financial advisor said 3. And the speaker paused for a second and said, why don't you have 300? He said, they go to the same workshops, they go to the same retreats, they read the same material, they know one another. So what you can do is you can target market. If car dealerships are your ideal client, you can target market and nest within them. And this again works for donors. And then here's the cool thing. Some people dread Mondays, but if you use this idea, when Monday comes around, you get excited. Think about your passion. You as an individual, in addition to your business enterprise, what lights you up? Is it charitable giving? Maybe the SPCA, the Heart Association? Do you like to play golf? Do you like baseball? Do you like to travel? What is your passion? And what I'm suggesting is you link your passion, something that you love, with your business and your ideal client, your ideal donor, your ideal funding source. And, this is a global webinar. We got people all around the world on this webinar. So what I'm going to suggest is you think globally. Don't limit yourself to one geographic area. And think about where you want to work, when you want to work, how you want to work, and with whom you want to work. Now, I mentioned a vision board, and I got it. I look at this and I just smile. It's incredible. A vision board can be a picture. It can be a drawing. It can be some notes you have. After I retired, I did some consulting work, and this is one of the guys that I worked with. And he said, how about we meet at Hotel Hershey? It's a resort in Pennsylvania. He drove 2 hours. I drove 2 hours. Now, we didn't have an appointment, but here's what we did. It's a huge resort, huge conference center. And Louis and I walked down the hall till we found one room that was being set up for a conference. We walked into the room. We didn't have an invitation. We weren't supposed to be there. And we walked up on stage, and Louis pulled out his camera, his phone, and handed it to one of the setup people and said, I'd like you to take a picture of me and my partner. And Louis said to me, now we're up on stage. The room is empty. There's nobody there. And he laughed and he said, Mark, can you hear the roar of the crowd? Can you hear the roar acknowledge the crowd? So he's got his hands up. I'm smiling. There ain't nobody in the audience. But what we did was we put that picture on the bathroom mirror, on the fridge, everywhere. And the cool thing is, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, we were able to actualize that vision. Now, I took that same picture, and I thought it would be neat before I wrote my book. I thought it would be neat to meet Jack Canfield. Now, again, he sold 500 million books, incredibly big guy, incredibly busy. So I created a vision of Mr. Canfield and me on the stage. And I, every morning, drink a cup of coffee, thinking about this, looking about this. How can I get in front of Jack Canfield? How can I establish a relationship with somebody like that? This is a picture of me on stage at one of Mr. Canfield's events. Won't go through the whole thing, but he invited me up on stage, full disclosure, during a break. I gave him one of my PhDs. PhD stands for Pig-Headed Determination. I gave him my book. He read my book. He liked my book. He gave me a plug. So, again, think about you as an individual. Think about creating a vision board for yourself, and don't put any limits on what you're thinking about. And again, we get back to you and your market. Who do you want to deal with? Do you want to deal with men? Do you want to deal with retired? Do you want to deal with, what is your market? Think about the geographic information, the psychographic information, and put no limits on what you want to do. Now, this is powerful. This is unbelievably powerful. And I'll let you look at that just for a second. Harvard did research on brain function, and they found that when any person is talking, it stimulates the part of the brain that deals with food, sex, and money. So that the more that you can get a person to talk about whatever it is they care about, the more they're going to like you and not know why. The picture on the right is a brain with normal activity. The picture on the left, it's on fire. That's a person that is talking, and you can see it's on fire. And you got to remember, even if they're yelling at you, if they're saying you're a turkey, I don't like you, I can't stand you, if that happens, when that happens, just say, tell me more. Help me understand. Help me understand. Tell me more. And if they say, are you being a wise guy? You got to be honest and say, no, I just want to understand. This tool is incredible. Now, here's an example of how I use this technique. And, I was listening, I was taking notes, and I was, hearing about the pitches, 30 seconds to 4 minutes. That's how much time you got to make a pitch. If you use the technique that I'm talking about, you can get hours with your ideal prospect, hours without spending any money. And the hook, the catch, the gimmick is relationships. I got connected with a businesswoman, incredibly successful person, and I employed this strategy that I'm going to give you. And she then referred me to another incredibly successful business person. And I just picked up the phone. And the first person made the introduction, said, Mark Chamberlain's an incredible person. I think you ought to spend time with him. I think you should meet with him. So when I when I made the call, the door was open. And I just said, I'd like to get together with you at a time that's mutually convenient to learn more about your business. I met with her. She owns several businesses. This is a private dining room above one of her restaurants. And we sat there, and what I did literally for 2.5 hours was say, tell me more. How is that? That's interesting. Why did you do that? I didn't talk about me. I didn't talk about my product. I didn't talk about anything except listen to her and draw her out. Remember the food, sex, and money, Harvard research? The more the other person talks, the more they're going to like you and not know why. After I got talking, I knew that her hot button was the SPCA. So I said to her, would you have any interest in us doing a workshop on client copy or donor duplication for the benefit of the SPCA? And I stopped. And she looked at me for what seemed like an eternity. And she said, would it be okay? I have a 6,500 person email list. Would it be okay if I invited the people on my list to a workshop? I said it would be okay. And she went a step further. Remember, she owns a restaurant. She said, would it be okay if I catered the event and pick up the tab? I said, that'd be okay. So think about this. She's inviting 6,500 people. That's an email blast. She's going to cater the event. And I said to her, my partner's coming in from out of town. She said, no problem. I have apartment buildings and I keep one apartment vacant all the time for out of town guests. You can stay there. So think about what happened. I walked into this business, no cold call, no mass emailing, just a handshake. And I get 6,500 referrals. I get the thing catered and I get the housing so that when we walked in and made our presentation, the room was filled with our ideal prospects and we didn't spend a penny. Now, take a moment and take a look at this. This is the conversation. What I suggest is you don't fancy it up. You use it verbatim. And what you do is you pick your ideal relationship. If it's a donor, if it's an employee, if it's a client, whatever it is, people you want to fill rooms with. And you got to be honest. You just say, hey, Frank, or hey, Louise, I need some advice. Can you help me? Now think about what you just did. You're in front of a person that knows you, likes you, trusts you, respects you, and you're saying, I need some help. Can you help me? Chances are exceedingly good. They're going to say, sure, what do you need? And then again, you're just very straightforward. I'd like to develop more relationships with people like you. And again, if it's a banker, a lawyer, a doctor, a butcher, a baker, you say that with more lawyers like you, with more car dealerships like with you, with more people that care about animals. Do you think that's a good idea? Now, again, because she knows you, he, she, they know you, like you, trust you, respect you, they're going to say, yeah. Here's the golden question. If you were me, how would you do it? And then be quiet. Be quiet. And it may seem like an hour, but what they're doing when they're staring at you is they're thinking about how they can help you grow your business. It's breathtaking. Now I'm going to give you two more examples rather. When I was at Merrill Lynch, and again, think about your business, focus on you. Merrill Lynch has a lot of products, a lot of services, and what we have to do is think about those things that light us up. So I did that. I was involved with the American Heart Association, and what I wanted to do was gather more assets for the American Heart Association. There's something called platinum clubs. They're the top clubs in the United States. There are 150 of them. And again, with what if thinking, what if I could fill the ballroom with wealthy donors, people that I liked, that I didn't know yet, that have an interest in charitable giving. Now, Merrill Lynch is a name, the Westmoreland Club is a name, the American Heart Association is a name, so I'm building some excitement level. What I did is, again, thinking about what if thinking, I thought, okay, Merrill Lynch is good, Heart's good, Westmoreland Club is good. I cold called Christie's in New York, and I just said, my name is Mark Chamberlain. I'm working at Merrill Lynch. I'm doing an event for the American Heart Association. We're doing it at one of the platinum clubs. Do you have somebody that might come by and speak about the gifting of tangible personal property? Excuse me, watches, rings, jewelry, homes, cars, paintings. There was a pause, and then the person said, when do you want us there and how long do you want us to speak? Now, using that strategy that I used before the conversation, I had clients that fit that profile, that were wealthy, that had charitable interests, and I just sat down with them and I used that script. I don't want to use the words, I used that conversation verbatim. Now, the idea of 6 degrees of separation is you and I, and think about this globally, you and I are 6 people away from anybody in the world that you want to have lunch with, have coffee with. 6 people away. I employed that to fill the room with wealthy people that had charitable intent. Now think about this from a marketing perspective. What is a room filled with wealthy people that have charitable intent? It's a commodity. It has value. So what I did is I figured out how much all of this was going to cost. And the lunch back then was going to be around $5,000. So I just made up a list of people that I thought would want to be on the stage with me. And I called them and I said, hey, I'm doing an event at the Westmoreland Club. Can I have wealthy people there for the benefit of the American Heart Association? It's $5,000. Would you like to be on stage with me? Everybody said no. Next, I said, what would you be willing to invest? And the magic number was 1,000. So I had 5 people kick in $1,000 a piece. So when I walked into that event, the room was filled with my ideal prospects. The room was paid for, the food was paid for, the advertising was paid for. All I had to do was go in and make the presentation. Now, this is this kind of thinking works for anything. I mentioned the bus before. I like to play golf. So I thought, wouldn't it be neat if I could fill, this is another one, fill a room with my ideal clients. Now, in this particular case, it was a smaller venue. All I was looking for was 4 foursomes. And Glenmora is a private club near us. It's very exclusive, very nice. I'm not a member. Clearwater was the pro. And I did research. I found out who's the best pro in northeastern Pennsylvania. And when I got the name, I cold called Cleve. And here's again what I said. The other guy's got to win first. I said, Cleve, I'm thinking about having an event at your club. Going to bring some wealthy individuals up. I understand you do golf clinics. Would you have an interest in doing a golf clinic for my prospects? He said, that's what I do for a living. So same kind of thing. I knew who I wanted. I used the 6 degrees of separation. I used that conversation. And again, it gave me a quote on what it would be for the golf course, for the lunch, for the pro, for the whole package. I just worked backwards and figured out who would want to be on the stage with me, so that when I walked into, onto the course, that's where we started, onto the course, everything was paid for. All I had to do was make my pitch. Now, I'm going to wrap things up. This is the first time that you've seen me. What I'm going to be doing is vision casting webinars. And I'm going to have content like this, except that I'm going to vary it a little bit. In each presentation, I'm going to have a man or woman talk about how they started a business from scratch, just using a yellow tablet, a number 2 pencil, and a PhD. And the PhD stands for pig-headed determination. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about me and some of what you just saw. Then we're going to interview an incredibly exciting individual, have him or her tell their story so that you can benchmark them. Maybe you can do some of what they do. And then we're going to have a brainstorming session where, say, for example, I'm going to hold up maybe a pen, just a regular crud pen, and say, how can we sell this for $15,000? And some people, get back to the reticular activating system. Some people might say, well, hey, Mark, you can't do that. Nobody's going to pay you money for that. And what if, how, what if, so what? And, if you like what you see, one of the things is I'm going to have an affiliate link so that people can share this information. Now, my next webinar is going to be one I call Rent, Mortgage, Lease. Why? Now, you men and women are, starting up your business, you need a facility, and you may be paying $1,000 a month, $10,000, $100,000 a month for it. What I teach in this webinar is how to build a community around that rental payment, that mortgage payment, that lease payment, so that other people can pay it for you. I've done it. I have friends that do it. And more importantly, if you attend this next webinar, you're going to learn how you can do the same kind of thing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to brainstorm for $1,000. I'm going to throw out an idea. We're going to brainstorm in real time. And it's going to be, when you do that, it's incredibly exciting. This is a this is a picture of me when I was president of Junior Achievement some years ago. I wanted to raise money for the board, so I don't have time to go through the whole thing. But what we did was I dressed up like, American Gothic, the bald guy with the pitchfork. We sold an ounce of seed corn for $1,500 per ounce to people that like the Junior Achievement. Now I can see we're getting up on time. This is a screen that shows a potential revenue share for individuals that work with me as affiliates. And this, I'm just looking at my clock here. If you'd like to have a conversation with me, just text your name and email to 570-262-6261. Now, I've left about a minute and 20 seconds for any questions or comments.
I apologize, Mark. We're actually a little bit over time. So what I would recommend to everybody is please connect with Mark if you have questions. His contact information is in the LinkedIn post, as well as we can post it for you. But Mark, thank you so much. That was really, really interesting, really good stuff in there. Especially, I was fascinated by the baseball team. I've got to look into that more as somebody who does accessibility work. But thank you so much, Mark. That was wonderful. And I believe Javy's going to come on. Thank you. Javy's going to come on to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Mark. That was awesome. Excited to be introducing you to our next speaker, Nabil Kabani. He is the CEO of Neophi. I hope I pronounced that right. And, he's going to be talking to you about how to win after you capital raise. So I'll let him introduce himself because he probably does a better job than I do. So Nabil, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Jay and Javy. And honestly, you've pronounced it correctly the first time around, which really rarely happens. Much appreciate being here. Thank you for every attendee to join. I've been in fintech for a couple of decades. I'm going to age myself. I started with Western Union when they were conquering the world. We installed about 50 countries in a couple of years, personally traveling to all sorts of exotic locations. And then I worked in big corporate. I was part of Western Union when it went public. And then I've been fascinated by startups and the valuations that they were getting. And so I really got into SaaS, fintech type startups and technology startups. And that allowed me to see the world really from two perspectives. What does it look like when you're small and growing? And what does it look like how it should look like actually on your destination point? And it gave me a really good perspective of how to aim correctly and be able to say, okay, well, if this company is to look like this in 5-10 years, how do we actually build the building blocks the right way so we don't paint ourselves into a corner? I had the privilege of doing 3 different capital raises from Series A to PE. I've dealt with, we prospected about 200 plus investors over my time trying to find the right investors for the right company. I reported to 3 different boards. I'm on 2 different boards right now. I'm advised advanced startups. I'm also an Inc. CEO advisor, which is a CEO peer group, an advisory group that we help each other grow, and we have various types of companies, again, from startup to mature companies. And I currently co-founded Neophi. Neophi is a bank as a service neobank. So pretty much every brand in the world, be it a fintech brand, a consumer brand, or just an affinity group of people, can become a digital bank by using our product. We do everything from a bank license all the way to the technology and the customization of the apps that look white label and branded by the company's name. We're in launch mode. We're launching our first customer actually next week, which is exciting times. Second customer is coming online in a couple of months, and we're going to start to grow from there. Towards the end of the year, we're going to launch our own branded neobank. And the idea is to build it into a super app where you can have financial literacy, all sorts of banking products, payment, loans, insurtech, crypto, and wealth management, but wealth management with a smart twist where you can replicate portfolios. So what we're going to cover today is a little bit of, hopefully I can share something useful from my experience doing this, but a little bit of how to prepare for a capital raise. We're going to talk about how to manage expectations during the negotiations, what I call my 6 golden rules, how to scale once you get the money, because that's where it becomes important. Expectation setting and scaling is where you can succeed or have a problem with your investors. How to execute with excellence on your scale growth, and some shortcuts and tips on execution success. And then we'll talk about communication and dealing with board, because for a lot of us, this is going to be pretty new, especially if you're a first-time founder. So I'll be very happy to answer questions if we have time. If not, you can find me on LinkedIn. I'm sure the company will share emails and contacts. I'm very happy to answer questions after the fact and potentially help any of you if they have more pointed questions about anything I will say or anything around their business. So let's talk about the first topic, which is how to prepare for a capital raise. So it's, first of all, I should say, go as far as you can before you raise money, partly to get a better valuation, but also to validate your business model. If anybody's been looking at Twitter in the last 2 days, there's a spectacular crash and burn of a company called Fast, which I think tried to apply money and scale before they fully validated their product market fit and their growth plans, which is very dangerous. So you have to get to that stage in order to use the money effectively, in order to get good terms on your term sheet. So, try friendly money first. You could do safe notes, family, cousins, prior investors, anybody who trusts you enough to give you kind of a long room to work and make mistakes and test and build your go-to-market and your product, and then go into institutional form money. Don't think that crowdsourcing. Another source potentially that could be helpful is funding from clients. So we've had this experience. Our company was floated for about a year of burn from a client who made a large prepayment for 3 years of services. And that allowed us to pretty much fund ourselves for about a year to deploy them and to validate the business model. Call it prepaid fee or a strategic partner that want later to turn for an investor, or just have paying you enough upfront that it can carry you going forward. Also, another word of caution, don't accumulate a lot of debt that has to be paid off when you raise money. Investors want money to go to the balance sheet. So for growth, you don't want to raise 5 million and 2 million was an accumulated debt that's coming due, and all of a sudden it walks out the door and you're left with 3 million to build. It will, investors will not like that. It may close the door for you for many investors, and it will depress your valuation. So that's first point, is go as far as you can before you actually raise institutional and formal money. Second, have an MVP and a few customers lined up or on board, because if you start too soon, again, you're not going to get a new valuation, but you really won't know where to apply the money to scale. You're still finding your way in the dark, and it'll be a little too soon, and it can be very tempting to start spending money when you have it on the wrong things. The further you are, the better. Thirdly, be at a point where you've been able to identify and confirm what your point of constraint is. And we'll talk about this more, what we call unkinking the hose when you're scaling. And this is true for startup. It's true even for mature companies. You really have to understand where you are stuck in your growth and whether applying money to that point of constraint is going to solve your problem. If it does, great, go and raise. If it doesn't, then the solution is not in raising money. The solution ceiling lies somewhere else. And it's really going to depend on the questions you are asking and where you think you are stuck. An example of good scaling use of money is, for example, manufacturing or a sales team or marketing, right? But only if you have a recipe that works. If you don't have a recipe, for example, for sales that work, your qualification process isn't honed in, your target market isn't honed in, and so on and so forth, you're going to waste a lot of money fueling a process that is not going to give you the results. And that usually ends up in a disaster. You'll burn cash, you'll burn goodwill, and you won't be able to scale. Now, if you've figured out that recipe, now is the time to put the pedal to the metal and push, and that's when you go outside and get money. The fourth point is to get your ducks in a row. So simplify diligence for yourself and for investors. Hire an accountant. You can get fractional accountants, you can get an accounting firm to do this. Clean your books and clean your cap table, most importantly, so that there's clarity for investors coming in on what they're getting into. Your numbers are credible. Your cap table is understandable and simple enough for people to wrap their head around. If you have very complex situations in there, try to simplify them prior to introducing your investors to your cap table. You don't want them to inherit the baggage that you may have created through some complicated deals that were written down to raise your early money. It'll make your first contact with the investor during diligence a lot better. It will show responsibility on your end and good governance, which ultimately gives them faith in you growing as a co-founder and CEO of your business. You can even hire fractional CFOs. They're around, and they are a great way to prepare you to deal with investor and give you some high-level directions. Some even have offices with junior accountants that will help you organize your books. You don't have to go crazy. QuickBooks is enough as long as you have your numbers right, especially on revenue, churn, customer acquisition cost, and your key KPIs. Then you're covered. If your subscription to magazines isn't exactly right, nobody's going to care. But if your SaaS subscription is being entered incorrectly as your magazine subscription, and you have variabilities of plus or minus 200% in monthly numbers, that will scare investors. So make sure that's correctly accounted for and it matches your system of record. So whatever you're saying are your numbers, pretty much parallel what your accounting system is saying. These are fundamentals to investors to start believing and trusting your numbers. I was at a company that restated numbers every 3 months. And they created MRR, and then they recalculated MRR, and they had to go backwards and restate those numbers because they weren't accurate the first time they did them. It was terrible for trust building. The investors felt that they were standing on shifting sands, and they couldn't trust what was the right number of revenue per month, which made conversations and planning pretty much impossible. And frankly, they didn't know if they were taken for a ride or if it was just incompetence or issues with the system. So terrible place to be. Get your ducks in a row. Also, have your team lined up, or at least know which positions you need and the timing of your hires. So your use of funds has to be very clear when you present to investors, because that will show that you know what you're doing, you've honed the recipe, and you be able to deploy the funds quickly and effectively. What's going to happen is once you start, especially increasing expenses, your burn increases and time start working against you. So the more planning and clarity you have about your use of funds and how fast you can deploy them and where, the easier you make your job and your clarity to investors work better. So, think of, in terms of importance of team members, product first, development, sales augmentation in that order, because CEO is always the first salesperson and should be bringing some of the early deals. And once you have the recipe honed, you can start scaling your sales. But you have to have your product, your product market fit, and your target market identified and organized correctly. 6, write a kick-ass deck. There's plenty of good examples out there. Zoho used to be touted as the mother of all decks, but find a style that matches your style and you're comfortable presenting. There's nothing worse than coming across as inauthentic because you're forcing yourself to make a presentation that is not your natural style. So be authentic is important. They get to know the real you. Don't make too much of a show. Demos are very powerful. Make sure you cover your raison d'etre, why you should exist, what your TAM looks like, who's the competition, key features of your products, and why the product should win. If you have your thesis correctly, it adds a lot of credibility to what you're trying to do, and then it explains to investors where your point of constraint are and why money is going to be the solution to scaling. Again, going back to that same theme. Standardize your deck and your approach, because you're going to be speaking to a lot of people. And if you are going through an iteration of a different presentation every time, 100% of your time will be spent presenting on investor, and you will neglect your company. So make that process as automatic and as simple and as repeatable as you can, because trust me, you will be repeating it a lot. We at some point reached out to investors with a standard teaser. Then we had to do about 80 presentations. And then we got into serious conversations with about 20 of them to ultimately end up with 4 finalists. But imagine the repetition, and if you have to customize every step of the presentation, you'll drive yourself crazy. The better your deck is, the less you will have to change it as you get feedback from investors. I would say raise money like you would run a sales campaign. So identify the right VC profile. What's their industry preference, check size preference, TAM target. This is important because I've spoken to a lot of investors that dinged our company. We had fantastic unit economics, but they wanted a unicorn. And the TAM was not a multi-billion-dollar company, but it would have been a $200-300 million company revenue with great unit economics. It wasn't for those investors. So, kind of pre-select, have your qualification criteria, the same you would do with a customer. So you set yourself up for a sales process. Do they want majority or minority control? Can they do follow-on investment? What their exit preferences look like? What their standard terms look like? Run a contact campaign, leverage LinkedIn and conferences, and set up and manage your pipeline. Use Excel or a CRM. It doesn't matter how you use it, but use it like a sales campaign. Once you're getting advanced with some potential VCs, vet them. Ask to talk to 2 or 3 founders that they backed. Ask challenging questions about them. Ask about how they reacted when founders made a mistake, how they reacted when a company was starting to go sideways. Try to understand how they will react when things go wrong, because it will go wrong, and how they back their founders and how they help their founders scale. See also what a VC can bring to the table beyond a check. The best VCs will bring you expertise. They'll bring you connections. They may have people on their team that can help you with certain areas of your business. And those are by far preferable to getting the best deal you can. And lastly, don't underestimate personal affinity with the people you're going to be working with. First, there are some good technical reasons behind it. You have the same vision. If you see the world the same way, and if you intuitively agree on the fundamentals, the work style, communication style, and are compatible with the people you're going to work with, it just makes your life with that VC much easier. This is a 5 to 7 year marriage, and it has to work well, and you have to work with people that you like working with. Otherwise, it makes things very complicated. So you hit your first obstacle or wall. And that is an important part of trying to identify how the VC will treat you and will work with you. And it helps a lot if you have, I'm not going to call him a friend, but somebody you have an affinity with and you like working with when you're doing this. So these are kind of my high-level recommendation on how to prepare for a capital raise and work kind of identifying the right investors. Let's talk a little bit about managing expectations and your negotiation. I have kind of 6 golden rules I go by. 1, be transparent with your investors, because whatever you're hiding, they will find out sooner or later, and usually at the worst time. Because as soon as something goes wrong, you'll have to explain it, they'll have to dig, and they'll find out the details. And once trust is broken, it's very difficult to go back and repair it. It will take months and months of trying to prove yourself again when trust is broken. So be transparent. They'll know what they're getting into. You'll know what their expectations are, and you'll be able to attempt and sort out those issues ahead of time. If your product is broken in a place, that's okay. I found out investors are very forgiving if you're honest. You can tell them my product will scale up to 1,000 customers, and after that I have to rewrite it, and that's perfectly acceptable, and they will back you, or at least you'll find the right investor that can back you for that. So 1, be transparent. 2, it's okay if you're not certain about things, especially about the future, because the only thing we know about the future is it's unknown. So you can present, for example, various scenarios of growth or various scenarios of how your product development is going to go, or at least identify where the variability and the risk can come from. you up for success in the future. For example, you can say things like, we are confident we can hit 2 million MRR by 20XX under these conditions. But if these conditions change materially, this is how we can be impacted, whether in development speed or sales or revenue target. If our feature releases, for example, are delayed by X time, this is what can happen to us. It shows that you're thoughtful, you're credible, and more importantly, as a founder and CEO, you're able to identify and manage risk. And again, managing the expectation is going to be key to a successful relationship with your VCs. Thirdly, play on greed. Greed is good, as we remember Gordon Gekko. VCs are in to get results. So it's okay to project an optimistic picture. You have to be your own best cheerleader. Internally, always have a middle of the road scenario and have several scenarios so that you can figure out if your expectations don't materialize, how you will manage in the case of a middle of the road or down south scenario. But be the passionate leader for your company. Hesitation there is not very good. You can talk about different outcomes depending on underlying conditions, but be the person who is always believing in the rosier picture and the success of your own company. Don't be arrogant. So, be cheerful and optimistic. Don't be arrogant. Be respectful, but a subject matter expert. Be flexible, listen, learn. Don't get driven around by your investors. You know your business better than a VC, but they know scaling and they know management probably better. So keep an open mind, stand firm where you need to stand firm on the fundamentals of your business, but always act respectfully because they can actually be help if you keep an open mind. Golden rule 5 is a lot of founders drive hard for the highest valuation they can get. And it's short-sighted. It's great to get the best valuation you can. But one of my favorite sayings is, your valuation, my terms. Of course, you ask for what's fair and then some if you can, but pay close attention to the terms because the terms kept influencing your outcome more than what your valuation multiple was. Liquidation preferences, shareholder rights, the framework for future fundraisers, rights of first refusal, etc. Also, make sure your visions are aligned. You need an investor that can work with you throughout your journey. So if somebody gives you a bit of a lower valuation, but you feel that they are the ones who are going to be solidly behind you when you hit the hard times, then these are the people you want, because ultimately your outcome will be better. And last but not least, golden rule number 6 is do your own introspection, figure out which terms are negotiable for you and which ones are not. So for example, you may care more about board seats than drag along rights. So once you are clear on those goals, you can negotiate better. But again, this is not just let's focus on getting the best valuation possible. And remember, especially if it's your first round, it won't matter as much because it's the future rounds that are going to matter. But it's important to get the terms that are going to help you operate and grow. So now we've raised the money, we find the ideal match in a VC partner. How do we scale and where do we spend the money? So, scale by definition is your multiplier process. You figured out how to gain customers, but you need more and faster. And hopefully this is done correctly. And now you can be doing it through sales, marketing, additional features, more partnership, et cetera, et cetera. So let's go back to what's important here. Where is your point of constraint? If you've done your work correctly up front, you know exactly where and how much. So where to apply the money and how much money to apply. And you deploy that quickly and effectively, and then you work on your next point of constraint. Because at some point, it may be sales and marketing, and then it may be fulfillment. And so it's a constantly changing cycle, and you have to be on top of it and identify if you're getting constrained somewhere else or not. Again, we call it unkinking the hose. Where is the water flow going to stop? You iterate until your next growth plateau, and then you quickly identify why you're getting stalled, and then figuring out all over again. Ideally, at the point where you've identified your target market, you identify your go-to-market, your product market fit is working, and all you need to do is apply sales and marketing, then this is great. Your product, even if imperfect, can carry you for a bit. So go for a land grab. Show your investors that you can get customers, you can get revenue. And frankly, the faster you build revenue, the less dependent you are on outside funding, and hopefully you can get to break even soon and then have a lot of flexibility as a founder on whether to get more money or just keep growing from there. So build the war chest, and then keep an eye on product and get your customer feedback. And after you do your initial land grab, start then building the features that are going to help you get more sales, but always with an eye on getting more sales. Don't build features that you don't know are going to sell. A lot of people have a vision. If the initial vision bites, that's great, but be aware of what's around you, because your next vision or the following vision may not be what your current customers require. So keep surveying, keep dialogue with your team and your customers to understand that, and keep changing the point of constraint. I think there's a question from Mr. Diaz here. For long-term cooperation with investors, what project they are still cooperating? Well, most investors typically tend to stay in a project. They picked it for a reason, and they will stay for 5 to 7 years, right? And so usually some of them will actually roll into the next. They may take some money off the table, especially their initial investment. Sometimes they will make their returns and pay back their investors, or at least their fund, and stay with you, or do another tranche from a new fund into your continued growth, and they will help you get your next level of investor. So for example, a VC that doesn't write checks of more than 5 million will help you at first, and then when you need another 20, will help you get the other 20, and they may stay in for some of that money or all of that money. And that's where, again, your diligence about initial with your choice of VC is going to be important. So I hope that answered the question, if I understood it correctly. So I was talking about the scaling, and ideally it's sales and marketing, right? That process is very important. Depending on your personas and your hire the best salesperson you can get, automate your sales feature, make sure you're clear on who's the customer, what the persona of the people you're wanting to talk to looks like, hone your sales process, get the tools. The Sales Loft and HubSpot are great because you can automate your outreach, but there's tons of tools out there. Some of them are cheaper. Just hone that thing perfectly before you start applying money, and make sure it works, because we've had that in one of the other companies where we thought we had it right, and we ran it, and we basically built a inside sales team, which are the people that do the initial contact and pass it on to your more professional closers. And that was a mistake. We actually did not need that pre-sale process, and we spent money on about 10 people team that we churned because they weren't getting results. They were getting frustrated. We were getting frustrated because they weren't being successful, and that was actually the wrong process. Our solution was a little too technical for us to have call it a pre-sales team selling this. So know your process correctly, and do this in a way that is going to be replicable and scalable. Another question from Anna here. I'd like to know, how does a capital raise take in general? So in my experience, it's taken about 6 months on average. It's very difficult to do under 3 months. Some will take up to 7, 8 months. It depends on how well prepared you are with your company. If you have your books in order, if you have your presentations in order, if you can articulate your points very well, you have a good sales deck for investors, then things can go a lot faster. And especially if you've identified the right VCs that are a good fit for the point of time where you are, your needs, and your type of product. If that process is not well honed, it can take up to 8 months. So that's a very good question, because as a founder, you need to plan to have enough fuel to run this whole period without external funding, and also be able to be distracted, because this is a significant investment. I mean, you can, depending on how large your team is, but as a founder, you can probably spend 30 to 50% of your time just dealing with the investor pipeline. So we were talking about scaling again, ideally sales and marketing. So if it's not sales and marketing and you're behind the market, so that's one of your litmus tests, right? If your product has a good market fit and you don't need to build features, then great, just sell the heck out of it. If you are a little behind competitors and you still need to build features, this is fine. And you can pour resources into product and IT and develop your features. More money will go to your build. And that's okay, as long as you're intentional and you have prepared your investors. So one of the things you want to do in your presentation, for example, is to have a good use of fund schedule. Say we're going to get 5 million, $1 million is going to go towards this, $1 million is going to go towards product development and IT, $2 million is going to go towards sales and marketing, $1 million is going to go for administration and salaries, and so on and so forth. But be clear about it. Again, aligning expectations. Fifth golden rule is avoid the temptation of team inflation or hiring many people, especially hiring too many bosses. You're at the stage where you need people that do the work. You don't need people who direct. You, at that point, should be the only director of the team until you're about 25, 30 people, where you can have a second layer of people managing people for you. So get only what or who you need. Administration functions like HR and accounting, again, last. Outsource those to the extent you can. You can use corporate organization that do all the for you, and they'll bring you all the benefits to your employees, run your payroll, and so on. A lot of the things can be rented and borrowed to get there. So as long as you have some decent governance, you're okay. Just hire the people where you're going to be able to scale and build. And again, using FAST as an example, I was actually reading about this morning. They got about 100 million. They hired 500 employees very quickly. And of course, their burn rate increased dramatically. So now the higher your burn rate is, the more time is working against you. And I think that's one of the reasons where they weren't getting the results compared to the money they put in that the investors or even themselves expected. And that's a trap you don't want to get into. So be very selective and only put the money where you know it's going to work and scale. It's okay to do testing. Be honest and upfront about it with investors. You can do A/B. You can say, I'm going to try this market vertical, and if it can't sell, I'll try the other market vertical. I'll try two at the same time. But that's okay as long as you've set the right expectation and you have to manage that expectation correctly. 6, the last golden rule, and that's a very important one for us founders, is often the founder is the biggest obstacle to scale. You've built your company to the stage where it's at, but then you start sticking to what worked for you in the first phase without realizing it's time for new ways of managing. So, very important to keep learning and evolving your company. In my CEO peer group, I have a fantastic guy called Tomas who basically, because he has this natural humility, comes to every meeting and says, what don't I know? How do I make sure I'm the right CEO for my company at the current stage? His company has grown tremendously. They're north of 150 million in revenue, coming from nothing. And he just has this curiosity and humbleness to walk around and say, how do I evolve myself as my business is evolving to make sure I'm still the right CEO as things grow? And that will help you also with your investors because they will see somebody who can grow with the company. So these were our 6 golden rules for scaling. Let's be a little more specific on a couple of execution points on how to execute with excellence, right? In general, you have to be maniacally focused on the pillar for success. Do not get distracted by anything peripherals. Work quickly. Once you start spending money on hiring people, your cash burn increases. So every month where you don't do something is now costing you X amount of dollars. Let's say your burn is $100,000 a month. That's the cost of inactivity. That's the cost of not being fast. Everything gets delayed once you just threw $100,000 out the window. So time becomes your biggest enemy until you are cash flow positive. So as soon as you figure that something's worked correctly, push the pedal to the metal as fast as you can. You basically have to operate like your hair is on fire all the time. Don't get complacent. Keep the pressure on. Set very lofty goals. Even if you miss them, it will drive the team. And be relentless with your time. Be maniacal towards driving them. Be your chief motivating officer and biggest cheerleader. They're going to continue needing your encouragement and positivity, but you need to work fast. Otherwise, you'll burn your capital very quickly, and you'll need more capital, more emotion, disappointed investors, and against you at this stage. Start getting a little formal, right? Define your mission. Spell out how you understand your market. Who's my target customers? Why is he the target customer? What do they need? What persona am I talking to? How do I win? It'll help you guide your focus and stay focused on the mission and your target market. Make sure it's indoctrination. Everybody in your company understands this and understands where you're aiming at. So everybody is working with you towards your goal. Again, don't allow for distraction and shiny object. One company I was at, unfortunately, it was the same company I mentioned before. We'll keep the name a secret for innocence, but every sale was a new invention, a new presentation, new product options. It was tempting because they were somewhat bigger deals, but we had to stop everything and build something new or modify something, and it just was not scalable. It wasn't replicable at speed, and that was a big mistake. And unfortunately, at the time, the founder wanted to continue doing that. We ended up with a very complex product that solved very complex problem for very particular people, and not a simple problem for enough people to make the company scalable. KPIs are keys. You need to know what's working and what's not, and make quick changes. Test and iterate constantly and be agile. Don't stick to one thing and assume it's always going to work. Be very skeptical, always on the lookout for variation in your KPIs that may be telling you something that was working, stopped working, and then change and be agile there. Obviously, everybody talks about holding people accountable. So make sure that you do that. It's nice, but it's important to say how. Have clear KPIs, have clear responsibilities. Who has the ball? Everybody needs to know who has the ball and what they're responsible for doing. Make your KPIs and assignments public, meaning to your team, and hold group reporting sessions weekly. So everybody has to stand in front of the team and tell them whether they achieved the goal or not. Public accountability is the most powerful tool, because nobody wants to stand in front of their teammate and say, I failed you. I was not able to deliver what I promised to deliver. People work weekends and nights to avoid that pain of publicly being able to being in a situation where they have to report they couldn't do what they promised they would do. So there's a very good system by Patrick Lencioni that you can look at the book, and it talks about trust and accountability in teams. Make sure you protect the culture that made you successful in the first place. Analyze and document it and evangelize it in the company so it's intentional and clear. When you review people, review them with their adherence to that culture. Don't grow out of your entrepreneurial spirit. Don't get tempted to become a very bureaucratic organization. That basically kills your drive. Don't get stuck in processes. Make sure, though, you write down your processes so they're teachable and repeatable and thus scalable. Be aggressive in failing quickly. Learn what works and what doesn't, and focus on what works. Failure is okay, but learn from your lesson. Don't persist in failure. Learn from the lesson, adjust, and move on. And more important, lastly, celebrate short-term successes. You have to establish short-term goals that everybody can feel good about and celebrate, so that you have the energy to keep going and your team has the energy to keep going. Reward sprints, don't reward marathons, okay? And then some shortcuts to execution. Don't build anything that's not core to your mission. Rent, borrow, steal, whatever it is. Use Excel. People buy tools and get involved into integrations and other things that are peripheral to their core mission, and they complicate their lives and they waste their people's time. We ran revenue calculations off of Excel for 3 years. Your ATS software can wait. Don't get bogged down with these things. Focus on your success pillars. Don't get distracted. I talked about this. Be very analytical and data-driven, understanding what's working and what's not. Move fast, break some eggs, move again, grab land, grab customers as fast as you can. Build flexibility everywhere. You don't know what you don't know. It's even in client contracts, so you don't get painted into a corner. So if you're not sure how your costs will scale, put a clause in your contract that allows pricing renegotiation if certain conditions change, subject to client approval, of course, but build that so there's an expectation that you can manage it. Leverage fractional teams, borrow teams from whenever you can. Currently, for example, in the compliance and fraud function, we are borrowing a team. We haven't hired our own people because that's 15 people I don't have to pay monthly. I can pay them just for a monthly fee that's very minimal compared to the expertise I'm getting. Your early team members are your most critical one. Choose the correct functions and the right cultural fit because they will define your culture. Build an advisory board. Get people from the industry and from companies that went through what you're going through. Get different specialties that cover each important function of your business. Somebody who's been successful in sales, somebody who's been successful at culture management, investor relations. Use their advice, use their connection. Get 3 to 5 people, meet a month, give them some shares, and they can be an invaluable tool. So lastly, I was going to talk about communication and dealing with board. First recommendation, never miss your first or your first year, because this is credibility for you. So your first few months or first year, ideally, of forecast have to be right on or you exceed them, and build credibility and trust, because after that, a lot of mistake can be forgiven. I'll use Alec Baldwin. If you haven't seen this classic, Glenn Carey, Glenn Ross, always be closing. ABC was their mantra. I would say ABSE, always be setting expectation. Educate your investors constantly on your KPIs and challenges. If your board knows what's happening in the company, they'll be more accepting when things don't work. They'll be more accepting on challenge, and they can be more helpful. And your conditions will evolve, so you need that help. They'll be more supportive when you hit your first wall. And it also gives you control of framing the issue, defining what the goal is, so it's not imposed on you externally. Last thing you want to do is give the driver's seat to the board because they don't feel that they knew what was happening and now they're in freak mode and they're trying to control things. Have an ally. Keep an informal phone line with your key, let's call him handler. Even if you talk about vacation plans or dogs, just stay in touch with them, build this relationship, keep them updated with the business, communicate proactively, because this is going to be your best ally in your VC group. And the more they know, the more they can help you, the more they can also manage their colleagues. So when you have a board meeting, they can be the person that's helping the board understand what's happening and what you're doing about it. But don't completely disconnect from the main person, let's say, the VC firm or the highest ranking officer that you ever had in touch with. Again, ABSE, set their expectation, make your handler look good. So their employee, right? Their employee is there to succeed at their job. So make them look good, give good results, but also praise them on how they're working with you, how helpful they're being, how understanding they are of the business. That is going to empower your handler with their bosses on helping you manage through rough waters. So make that friend, but again, this is not a best friend. This is a person you're managing. It's almost like a spouse. So you don't have to confide everything. For example, doubts and anxieties are a no-no. But market changes, a tough client, an expected loss of a client, that's okay. Prepare them so they don't have any surprises. Nobody likes surprises. So out with the bad news very quickly. Your first call when you have bad news, well, first you have to develop what's your bad news, but very quickly, and you don't wait a day, hours at most, and you pick up the phone and communicate the bad news and what you're going to. That will help you build that credibility that says people are not shoving things under the carpet and hiding things from us as investors, so we can trust what they are saying and we can trust how they're going to resolve problems. Once you have that trust, you'd be amazed how cooperative and forgiving VCs can be. Ask a lot of questions from your investor. They have a lot of experience. Seek help. They've seen these same things you're going through in other companies. Keep your formal meetings simple. Don't go into too much complexity. Don't confuse your investors. Don't be meandering through all the things that go through your mind that are very complex and very complicated. So keep the formal meetings very simple. High-level KPIs, result, challenges. Challenges are important. Be proactive in communicating the difficulties and the bad news so they can expect them and manage them. ABSE. As a CEO or co-founder, what are your 3 areas of focus in the next period? And what are your 3 top challenges? That's what I like to do because that keeps things in focus and helps get the investor mind frame into where they should be helping, but also what issues could come up and what they should expect. Don't try to them with too much data because that's typically, I say, if you dazzle them with data and slides. Too much information usually to me becomes an indicator of there's something going on that they don't want me to see, and so they're giving me way too much information and trying to kind of confuse the issue. I don't like the technique. It sometimes works if you need that tool, but use it very sparingly because it'll work once or twice, and after that it'll backfire. Another recommendation, never throw your team under the bus in front of investors. You're accountable and responsible. You pick these people. It's a lesson moment, a growth moment. Don't go, Joe is terrible. He did a very poor job at this. I told him to do X and he did Y, and that's why we failed. It's on you. It's not on anybody else because you hired Joe. You picked him. He's responsible. That means you're responsible. But that doesn't mean you cannot establish a scorecard for your key team members and grade them and develop plans for them. Investors, again, can help you with that. That can be shared with investors and say, okay, look, I hired here. It's a B- player, but I know how to make them become an A player. And as long as you have the visibility, then this is fine. And last but not least, the same way you manage your team, celebrate successes with your board. They're in there with a very risky mission on their end. And yes, they make 10 bets and they hope one succeeds. You want to be the one that succeeds. But you also want to give them that feeling of winning. And so when you have a success, and you remember, we've talked about defining the successes short term, have these successes celebrated with your investors. Call your main handler, call your top person at that VC, and tell them about the win. Tell them, give credit to your team, and have a little celebration, even if it's having pizza around the corner, because they need to feel good that they've made the right choice. So this is the end of my quick talk here. I think we're on time, maybe a couple of minutes over. Javy, how are we doing on time?
Yeah, we're gonna have to move on to the next speaker, but before I let you go, Nabil, thank you so much for that. I took so many notes. I really appreciate all that insight, and I wanted to ask you, where can people find you online, whether it's LinkedIn, Twitter, so they can connect with you after the event?
Certainly. So this is my Nabil Kibani, at Nabil Kibani is my Twitter handle, first name, last name. You can find me on LinkedIn, obviously. My email is first letter, last name, nkabani@gmail.com. So more than happy to help. If you have questions about this, I can even send you some notes if somebody requires them, but don't hesitate to contact.
Awesome. And, I think we're as we get the other speaker ready, let's take one of the questions from the chat, if you don't mind answering it, Nabil.
So let me see. Yevgenia asked, startups often want to compete with corporate giants and then to buy the same instrument. This can be a disadvantage strategy. Do you think this can be a disadvantage strategy? Do you think startups should take advantage of more technology? That's a great question. I would say, again, keep focused on what is your key to success. Make sure your product is the best. Don't get distracted with the complicated implementation of a sales tool. Yes, you will need it for scale, but find something simple that fits you. You don't want to be spending your CTOs 30% of their time on doing a Salesforce implementation, but there are simpler tools. Salesforce has a tool that's simpler. You're often going to be sold on a very complex type of implementation and be told, well, this is going to accompany you for the next 10 years. Well, I don't want something that's going to work for 10 years because my success is going to be decided in the next 2-3 years. I need something that's going to carry me for my next 2-3 years, and then I can worry about the next phase of large implementation. Don't buy a huge ERP. Don't buy complicated accounting systems. Something that fits you now, that is simple and easy to implement, that's not going to take a lot of time. And we're very lucky at this stage in our startup life is there are wonderful, simple tools, cloud-based, that can be implemented in a few days, up to a week or two at the most, that can do the job. And sometimes you can take a shortcut, and maybe you're not doing 100% of what you wanted to get done with that tool, but the cost of a 1-2 week implementation versus a 6 implementation, or one that never ends, don't underestimate of how much that will drain you in terms of time, focus, and resources. We've used a consultant to do a very complex integration between SalesLoft and HubSpot and Salesforce in our company. 6 months later, we had to fire the consultant and stop that implementation because it became pretty much the biggest project of the company instead of our product being the most important thing. And we were just sinking. So we ripped off everything, stopped everything, wasted $500,000, and had to buy simpler tools and do some manual processes that were enough for the scale at which we were at. So, be skeptical about those big implementations. Good question, Yevgenia, because a lot of people can get hurt with implementations like that.
Yeah, thank you, Yevgenia. Great question. Nabil, again, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. All your insight. I look forward to connecting you with you offline. And then for anyone else, make sure to connect with Nabil via LinkedIn or Twitter. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Same to you, and good luck with the rest of the conference. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Hi guys, how's everyone doing? So we're going into our last speaker of the day, and I'm going to bring my co-host Jenna back to introduce him. What y'all think about that presentation? Share it in the chat.
Hey everyone, I am so excited to introduce Sharish Nadkarni, and I apologize if I got that wrong. I'm doing my best here. But I'm really, really excited to see Sharish speak because he is a serial entrepreneur, the author of From Startup to Exit. And Sharish is going to talk a lot about product and product fit. And as somebody who is in a product role and still kind of new to it, it is really, really exciting to me to get to see someone of his caliber talk about that, especially with all of your background between the organization that you sold to BlackBerry and Live Mocha, which then you sold to Rosetta Stone. So very, very excited for your talk today.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Jenna?
I can. Yeah, I can hear you. We can see you perfectly.
Okay, great. Is there a way to, I've shared my presentation. Is there a way to bring that on screen?
There we go.
Oh, there we go. All right. Let me put that into presentation mode. Can you see this now? Hello, Jenna?
Hey, okay, there we go. I was brought back in. It's not in presentation mode yet, so go ahead and hit the button and that should get it.
Okay, let me try once more.
Okay.
Okay, it's gone into presentation mode. Can you see it?
It's still in the other mode. Are you on two screens?
No, I'm on one screen only.
One screen. Okay, try hitting it down at the bottom. There's the same little icon down in the bottom control bar.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but as long as you can get, okay, let me go to my next slide, which is my background. Can you see that?
It's not progressing.
It's not progressing. Okay. Let's just go keep to this. How about now? I know it's not in the presentation mode, but at least you can see the screen.
I can see the screen, but the slides aren't moving forward.
Okay, if I go to the next slide, can you see that now?
I can.
Okay, I'll just keep it. So it looks like I can't go into the presentation mode, but that's fine. I can just go from one slide to another.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, great. So thanks so much for having me today. As Jenna mentioned, my name is Sharish Nadkarni. My talk is going to be about the art and science of achieving product market fit. Achieving product market fit is the single most important thing that a startup can do. Most startups fail because their product does not really meet the needs of the market or does not address a critical pain point. Let me quickly talk about my background. Jenna mentioned a little bit about my background. I'm an early veteran of Microsoft, joined Microsoft in 1987 when Microsoft was really known for MS-DOS, and then stayed on with Microsoft for more than a decade, launching MSN.com and doing the acquisition of Hotmail. Subsequently, I started two companies. One was Team-On Systems, which was acquired by BlackBerry, and then Live Mocha that Jenna mentioned, which was acquired by Rosetta Stone. I'm also a newly minted author. I've written a book called From Startup to Exit, which is an insider's guide to launching and scaling a tech business, and is designed to address the needs of aspiring entrepreneurs who want to understand what it takes to go from ideation to fundraising to developing a go-to-market strategy, and then finally finding an exit. So hopefully you will check it out. And many of the things that I talk about in my presentation are in my book. All right, so let's talk about what we mean by product market fit. The term product market fit was popularized by Mark Andreessen from Andreessen Horowitz, the founder of Netscape. According to Mark, product market fit means being in a good market with a product that can satisfy the market. Essentially, what it means is that you have found a really critical and deep pain point, and that you have built a solution that is far superior to others in the market that addresses that pain point. Achieving product market fit can take a long time. Let's take the example of Netflix. We all know about Netflix and how successful Netflix is today. However, initially when Netflix was launched, it took them literally 18 months to find product market fit. Originally, what they would do is they would distribute coupons with DVD players that would allow a user to rent for free 3 or 4 DVDs. And the expectation was that the user would then sign up with Netflix and rent additional DVDs. Unfortunately, that did not happen. And it was only when they came up with a model which had no due dates, no late fees, and a subscription that ultimately Netflix found product market fit. And literally, it happened in a few weeks. Whereas before they were struggling to get traffic, all of a sudden engagements soared, and the churn went down dramatically, and everything started working. And that was the foundation of Netflix as we know today. So what does product market fit look like? How do you know you have achieved product market fit? Well, I'll be frank and say that while there are metrics, and I'll go through that shortly, when you achieve product market fit, you will find that your salespeople are a lot more successful, your customers are returning your call, the press is writing about you, you're able to hire employees, etc., and the engine will really start churning in your favor. But there are specific metrics that you can track to really understand if you have achieved product market fit. So let's look at it from a consumer perspective and then from an enterprise perspective. So if you have a consumer product, what you will see is that you have usage almost every other day, so 3 out of 7 days. You will see organic growth of hundreds of signups a day and a path to 100,000 users within a few months. And that from a retention perspective, that 30 to 40% of users are active the day after sign up. So these are some metrics that you will see are really important to achieving product market fit.
Suresh, I apologize for cutting you off. Can we try resharing real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you stop your share and reshare as the whole window, like just the window for, wait, let's see. It's because he's screen. Okay, so share full screen.
Okay.
And then put PowerPoint as full screen, and it should allow you to go into presentation mode. So let's see if that works.
It's gone into presentation mode now. Can you see it in presentation mode?
No, which is why if you stop the share in the actual platform, and share again, but choose to share full screen.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me do that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm choosing share. There's no option to select full screen.
What are your choices?
It just says, I've selected the PowerPoint slide.
Okay.
And
at the top, there should be entire screen window and Chrome tab. Choose entire screen.
Entire screen.
Yeah. And then
and then select share. Okay.
And then make PowerPoint expanded so it's full screen.
Okay. Now can you see it?
I will in a second. There we go. Okay, now it's working.
Okay, now I'm going to go to the next screen. Let me know. Were you able to see? It says SaaS products. Can you see that? What product market fit looks like for SaaS products?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Looks like it's working now.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Jenna.
No problem.
Okay. So we just spoke about what it means to achieve product market fit for consumer products, let's look at it from a perspective of enterprise SaaS products. And here the metrics are somewhat different. Here, what you want to achieve is a conversion of 5% or 3 to 5% from free to paid. You want to see a ratio of LTV to CAC of 3 times. And what that means, LTV means lifetime value of the customer. So what is the profitability for the lifetime of the customer? And CAC means customer acquisition cost. So you want to see a ratio of 3 times. So the lifetime value of the customer should be 3 times the customer acquisition cost. You want to see a monthly churn that is less than 2%, ideally more like 1% a month, and then a clear path to 100,000 monthly recurring revenue. So those are some of the metrics that you need to be tracking in order to understand whether you've achieved product market fit or not. All right, one metric that I did not include is user growth. User growth does not equal product market fit. And I'll give you the example of Branch Out, which launched in 2013. And they were trying to build a competitor to LinkedIn. And at that time, they were trying to build their network around the Facebook social graph. They tried some tricks and they were able to achieve very significant user growth. But unfortunately, even after raising $50 million in funding, their engagement really did not happen. And very quickly, as you can see in this chart, their monthly active users declined precipitously, and the company had to pivot to a completely different offering. So be very careful about launching your product and expending a lot of marketing resources and money behind driving user growth before you have achieved product market fit. So let's talk about what it means to be successful with the idea from a strategic perspective, and then I'll talk about some of the tactics that you need to follow to achieve product market fit. So one of the lessons I learned when I was at Microsoft, this was in the MS-DOS days, is that incumbents are really very hard to displace. And at that time, some of the market leaders were Lotus 123 for spreadsheet, WordPerfect for word processing, and Borland DBase for database. And try as much as we did as Microsoft, we simply could not displace the incumbents. It was only when Microsoft launched Windows that we were able to displace the incumbents. And the reason was that, first of all, Microsoft developed spreadsheet, word processing, database apps as optimized for Windows, whereas Lotus and WordPerfect and Borland were slow to adopt Windows. They didn't want Windows to be successful, and they ported their applications, the DOS applications, to Windows, so it was not a very good experience. And so Microsoft was the first in the market with applications that were not only best of breed, but the best application on Windows. And slowly and surely, Microsoft started gaining market share on the existing incumbents. And then ultimately, Microsoft bundled Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Access to create Microsoft Office, and that ultimately really was very, very successful, gaining close to 100% market share in the market. So the key thing I want to emphasize here is that what you want to watch out for is platform shifts or technology innovations that you can ride that can disrupt existing players in the market. And we've seen that time and time again. You have the example of Amazon, which created a bookstore online. On the mobile front, you have a company called OfferUp, which is based out of Seattle, and they're a competitor to Craigslist. They made it very easy to sell your secondhand items on mobile devices. And then finally, you have the example of Snowflake, which is a data warehousing product that was optimized for the cloud and is now a very successful public company. So again, look for opportunities where there is a technology innovation or platform shift, and be the first to innovate on that platform, and you'll find it much easier to displace incumbents in the market. Another opportunity is when there are global macro trends. So in the case of Limoca, for example, which was a language learning product, we launched in 2007 when there was the convergence of globalization, the availability of broadband internet, and then social networks were taking off. We pioneered the notion of social language learning, where everyone was not only a student, but also a teacher. And we created a social network of language learners, and that became very, very successful, growing to 15 million members in 200 different countries before being acquired by Rosetta Stone. So look for, again, global macro trends that can allow your application to be successful because it's taking advantage of that global macro trend. So now let's talk about the road to product market fit and how you should go about doing that. A lot of times what I find is that you have technologists who come up with an idea, and they're so enamored with their idea, the technology, that they go ahead and launch their product only to find that they have not achieved product market fit. So what I recommend instead is really first spending the time to understand the customer problem. And I'll talk about how you go about doing that through customer interviews. But you need to have a very strong problem hypothesis. Once you understand the customer problem, then you can formulate the solution that addresses that problem. Make sure that your solution is riding some technology innovation or global macro trend, and is innovating from that perspective, and that your solution is 5 to 10 times better than your competition. Then you can engage in customer interviews to really make sure that your solution addresses the problem. And once you have confirmation, then you can build out an MVP and then track the metrics I discussed before in terms of engagement, retention, etc., and determine whether you're getting the type of engagement and retention that I talked about. And if you're getting that, then you can continue to iterate and add features. Or if you're not getting the engagement and retention that you would like, then you need to go back to the drawing board and understand from the customer point of view if you're really addressing their pain point. So before you actually build out your MVP, as I mentioned, you need to test the market. I would recommend doing at least 25 to 50 customer interviews. When you do the interview, make sure to not present the solution first. You need to first understand what their top 3 problems are, and understand how they're addressing those problems. What are some of the current solutions that they're using, and what kind of investment they've made in those solutions. And if the problem that you're addressing is not one of the top 3 or 4 problems, then you may want to reconsider what problems you're addressing, because if it's not a top of mind issue for your customer, then your sales cycles are going to be incredibly long, and you'll have a hard time getting their attention. So at that point, you may want to pivot right at that point to say to the customer, tell us more about your top 3 problems, and then figure out if there's a different solution that you need to build. The next thing that you may want to do is to actually build out a website that talks about your solution, and then use Google SEM or Facebook ads to drive customers to your website, and see if you can register them for your beta. This will give you a good understanding of your customer acquisition cost, and you can test different messages to see which message is resonating with your customers. And then once you have done that, then you can start building out prototypes to show to your customers to test out different product concepts. Here's an example of a test that a incubator called Pioneer Square Lab did with a concept called Xylo. And Xylo was a marketplace for musicians to provide training for students. And what they did was they created, as you can see, Instagram ads as well as Google, Facebook ads and drove users to their website. And they understood from that process what the customer acquisition cost and what the potential revenue would be. And what they discovered was that the cost of acquisition was going to be almost $100,000, whereas the revenue that they would get was closer to $20,000. So they were obviously upside down, and they ultimately killed the idea. So they are a very well-known incubator in Seattle, and they literally test out hundreds of ideas before they decide which idea they want to incubate and then spin out of their lab. Let me now talk about what it means to build out an MVP. This is a really nice chart that explains how you should go about doing it. And what you want to do here is not build out a lot of functionality, but not focus on reliability, usability, etc. Rather, what you want to do is start off by building a few key features that really delight the user and make sure that the product is usable, is reliable from the get-go. If you do that, then and you start getting customer traction, then you can start building out more features while at the same time making sure that the product is usable and reliable and delightful to the customer. Let me now talk about some of the metrics that you need to track to make sure that you're achieving product market fit. Certainly, you should be tracking engagement, how often your customers are coming to your website and or mobile application. But the most important metric that you want to track is retention. And the way you do that is by tracking retention for your daily cohorts of users. So you track the same users over the lifetime of that user. And what you want to do is track their daily retention. And what you want to shoot for is what we call as the 40-20-10 rule, which means that if you have 100 users coming in on day 0, on day 1, you want 40% or 40 users to come back. On day 7, 20 users to come back. And day 30, 10% coming back. And if you achieve that, then as you will see from this chart, you can be one of the top 5,000 apps on the App Store. If you are a top 10 app, then what you want to see is retention that is literally 50 to 60%, after 30 days and remaining flat from that point forward. So retention is something that is really very important to track and ensure that you're getting good retention of your users, because that will drive strong word of mouth, and the word of mouth will then drive more users to your website or mobile application. The other thing that you can do to understand how well you're doing in terms of achieving product market fit is to ask your users how you would feel if you could no longer use the product. If more than 40% say that they would be very disappointed, that's a good sign that you have achieved product market fit. if between 25 to 40% say that they're very disappointed, then you need to, you have not, achieved product market fit, and you need to reposition, retarget your product. And if it's less than 25%, then clearly you're far from achieving product market fit, and you need to potentially pivot at that point, keep your burn rate low so that you can continue to iterate with your product, or go back to your customer to really understand if you're addressing their critical pain points. Let me end by talking quickly about a case study of OfferUp, which I mentioned earlier. It's a Seattle-based startup that disrupted Craigslist by offering a mobile device that made it really super easy to share and sell your secondhand items. It's currently a top 50 app in the App Store. It's one of the few unicorns out of Seattle, and they've raised over $300 million in funding. The path to product market fit for OfferUp was not easy. They floundered for the first 2 years because they couldn't establish a critical mass of users. It's only when Facebook allowed ad targeting by zip code in 2013 that they were able to focus on the Seattle market and get users to download their mobile application. And they made it really super easy to take pictures of used items and then share that from that mobile device. And then they made it very easy for sellers and buyers to communicate with each other through in-app messaging. And the whole experience was substantially better than what Craigslist would offer. And once they did that, then they got critical mass in Seattle. Their retention, was very high, and they were then able to raise funding in the marketplace from well-known VCs, and then subsequently they expanded into other markets around the nation. The last thing I will say as I end my talk is that achieving product market fit is not sufficient. You need to also achieve product business model fit. In the case of Limoca, which I described earlier, we achieved product market fit quite spectacularly, but we struggled to monetize because we had a large international audience. And at that time, this was in the 2010 timeframe, people in countries like Brazil and India, where we had a lot of users, did not have credit cards. And so they were not able to pay for our courses. And so ultimately, we had to sell our company to Rosetta Stone. But subsequently, a company called Duolingo came out, and they built a mobile app, and they rode the penetration of the Apple App Store and the Google App Store, which allowed for credit card payments, and they were able to successfully monetize. And now they're a public company doing really well. Finally, there will be times when you do not achieve product market fit, and it's time to make a pivot. We're all familiar with Instagram and how successful the app has been for Facebook. But originally, when they launched, the app was known as Bourbon, and it was a location sharing app among lots of other location sharing apps, and they were not really very successful. But what they found was that people were sharing photos and applying filters through their app, and they decided to then simplify the app, quite significantly, and focus on photo sharing and filters. And that was a critical turning point for the company. And literally within weeks, they had 100,000 users, and they were featured as one of the featured apps on the Apple App Store. So hopefully this talk helps you understand, the process of achieving product market fit, and what are the specific tactics you need to follow, what are some of the metrics you need to track in order to achieve product market fit. So at this point, I'm happy to address if there are any questions that you might have.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm not seeing any questions in chat yet. However, I'm sure we're going to see some over the next minute or two. Oh, looks like we have a question from Anna Bagley. So she wants to know how to understand what your customer needs and how do you know if you've really achieved it? And I think you covered some of that, but do you want to go a little deeper?
Yeah, so first, really invest time in customer interviews and focus first on understanding their pain points before discussing the potential solutions to those pain points. And then, as I mentioned earlier, once you launch your product, your MVP, then there are specific engagement and retention metrics that you need to track. So you need to track how often customers are coming to your site, what your retention looks like, what your churn is, etc. And those are some of the metrics that will help you understand whether you achieve product market fit or not.
Makes perfect sense. I have a question actually coming from me as a product person. I'm always worried in going to kind of those customer interviews, user interviews, that my feelings about the product or the direction that I think is the right direction to go, like my preconceived notions and biases, might bias the user that I'm talking to.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any suggestions to prevent that bias happening?
Great question. Yeah, I think the way to do that is to hire, if you have the funding, to hire a professional moderator who can, you can build the questionnaire list with that person, but instead of you doing the interview and introducing, your bias, let somebody else do that who's a professional who can ask open-ended questions as opposed to leading the customer. And I think you'll find that to be a lot more useful approach.
It's a really good idea. It's for your excitement about the product to kind of get in the way of getting the real answer.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You bet.
So it looks like we are just about at time. So Javy, perfect. Javy's going to join me to kind of wrap things up for today and give us some closing thoughts. So Javy, what's your big takeaway from today?
I had a few, and I was trying to debate which ones, like, it was so hard because there were so many good ones. So I kind of narrowed it down to three. And what I took away, first one, that, I'm someone that is very analytical, so documenting everything is key. That's something that I believe Jorge said, because as you grow and scale, you're going to have to teach the people that come up behind you. And the best way to streamline, that process is by creating a process that you can systemize and then scale, would be the first one. Another one was, so at the beginning, Andrei said, last year, I think in the 12 months of 2021, $330 billion in funding was raised. So obviously, there's no lack of capital in the market. I think you just have to be very intentional and personalize with the, investors that you are reaching out to, given, all the statistics about how many decks, some of these VCs are looking at on a daily and monthly basis. Is like what's making you stand out. And one that, probably a lot of people know, but, we tend to forget is sell on benefits, not features. I think as being a person that comes from a growth marketing background, you always want to talk about all the awesome features, and marketing and, but you want to really focus on the customer and like, what does it benefit them? Because that's truly what it comes down to, why someone is using your product, and how does it benefit and make their life better, whether it's professionally or personal.
Awesome. I think for me, so of course, pretty much everything that we just heard really resonates, and that's partly because that's my job, so I'm attuned to it. But also, one of the running themes through a lot of talks today was authenticity. In one way or another, we talked about how much it matters that your message is clear and your branding is clear and you're making choices that are the right choices for the business. And ultimately, all of those come down to being your authentic self and your brand being its authentic self. So I found that really interesting, and I think it's something I'm really going to take away, because my personal brand is very authentic to who I am, but that doesn't mean that my like business brand, I shouldn't say business, but like the way that the app that I work on is branded, for instance, is it always authentic? So I've got a lot of things in my mind that maybe if I ever have time, will turn into a blog post based on what I've learned today, about how critical authenticity is, especially when you're talking to, people who have funding and people who potentially can help you get started. Because if you don't seem authentic, how can they trust you to, use that capital wisely? So
I agree. Yeah, that's a great point. And yeah, being authentic, and is, I mean, I feel like, especially, it's really easy to, as an early stage startup, I host startup events across the country, and it's very easy for you to kind of get lost in like the vanity metrics and just like the fluffy stuff. So you sometimes tend to want to put those things up front, just so you can have this perceived notion of like, I don't know what the goal of some of these individuals are, right? But like, if you're not staying true to yourself, like that's gonna trickle down to the rest of the company, and that could really be detrimental, at scale.
yeah. Yeah, especially thinking about trickling down to the rest of the company. When we think about leadership, it's critical that leaders be authentic, and managers be authentic. So it goes even further. Yeah, interesting stuff.
Definitely. So, obviously this is a 2-day event, so we'll be back tomorrow, same time, if I'm not mistaken, with 6 more speakers.
Same time, same channel.
Yeah, make sure to follow on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, where we live stream this from. And Jenna, I don't know if you want to kind of share your Twitter or LinkedIn where people can follow you, and I
Sure.
can do the same before we log off.
So I am on Twitter at They Wrestle Test. I will be honest that my Twitter is not very business focused. I talk a lot about tech, a lot about software testing, and probably a whole lot more about things like pro wrestling and ridiculous things that I enjoy on a personal level. However, I do talk a lot about tech and testing. So if you happen to be in tech, I do talk about that here and there. You just have to ignore all of the other random things. I'm also on LinkedIn, Jenna Charlton. I think I'm Jenna B. Charlton, because my name is fairly common. I don't post nearly as much on LinkedIn. It's mainly reshares of really cool things, especially accessibility stuff on LinkedIn. Javy, how about you?
Yeah, amazing. So on Twitter, I am at Javy D, and I travel across the country and I host early or startup events for early stage founders. So keep up with me there. If I come to your city, give me a shout. I'd love to kind of bring you out to one of our events. And then on LinkedIn, I am at Javy D Martinez. And yeah, kind of similar to Jenna, Twitter is kind of like it's a bag full of different things, whether I'm talking about early stage startups, or I'm a huge soccer fan. I collect sports cards, as you can see behind me. And I just had a baby, so there's been a lot of baby pictures. So But yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Everyone that was here, whether you're here for one speaker or the whole day, we really appreciate you taking time out of your day. And yeah, if anyone has any questions before we kind of wrap up the day, Jenna, any last thoughts?
I really want to. My last thought is that I'm going to be reflecting on today for a while, and probably on tomorrow as well. So I'm excited to go back and rewatch. But my last thought is come back tomorrow, see some more.
Yeah, this is only the beginning. Well, thank y'all very much. I hope everyone has a great rest of your day, and see you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.